Okay, it's 6 p.m., October 20th, 2014. It's time to get this public hearing regular school board meeting of the San Felipe Del Rio CISD underway. Looks like we have 6 members in attendance. Mr. Overfelt is running late. So we do have a quorum, correct, Ms. Lozano?
Yes, sir, we do.
Let the record show that a quorum of the board members are present and that this meeting has been duly called, and notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. At this time, if you'd stand for opening ceremonies. First, a moment of silence. And now the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Did you see it?
Okay, from right here, where's your text at?
And now that we have officially opened and are in session, that brings us to agenda item 4, recognitions. Texas Music Educators Association choir results. Mr. Nunez.
Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board. This evening, I'm here to inform you of the Del Rio High School choir students that placed in the TMEA Region Choir. There's 5 students, 4 of them will be advancing. And at this time, I would like to ask our choir instructor, Mr. Gonzalez, to come forward to give us a little bit of summary of the competition.
Good evening. On October 4th, we went and competed at Brennan High School, where about 400 students from our region competed for 68 slots in the region choir. Out of those 68, 5 of our students are in that choir. Out of 60 contestants in the Alto 2 area, Andrea Rodriguez received 16th chair, and Miranda Martinez received 3rd chair, which also gives her a pass to pre-area competition. Out of 40 contestants in the tenor 1 section, Carlos Rodarte received 11th chair and the alternate spot for pre-area competition. Out of 56 contestants in the tenor 2 area, Enrique Lozano received 10th chair and a spot to pre-area as well. And out of 70 contestants in the soprano 1 section, Valeria Portillo received 2nd chair with a spot to pre-area as well. Only the top 10 of each section go up to pre-area, and from those pre-area contestants, the top 5 move on to state. So we have 2, hopefully, that are in the shoe-in, and the rest can work really, really hard to get into that top 5. So we're really, really proud of their work, and we're expecting some good news. Thank you.
Again, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, and the students on your recent accomplishment, and wish you the best as we prepare also for all of the UIL competitions that are coming down in the month of March and April. Congratulations again.
Good job, good job. Good work, good work.
Congratulations.
You did
Outstanding.
good, you did good. Good job.
Congratulations.
Way to go, way to go. Good job, good job.
Good job again.
Very nice, sir.
Congratulations. Good job.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Very impressive. Mr. Mesa?
Let's not forget the choir students from Lonnie Green that performed at the Spurs game.
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir, and we're going to invite them to the next board meeting to come sing for y'all. Dr. Garza's already working on it.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item 5, public hearings. A, overview of the School First Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. Ms. Valdez?
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, board members. We'll begin with the public hearing of School First. This is the 12th year of School First, and this is all for all Texas public schools. School First is the financial integrity rating system of Texas. Every district is required to provide a management report to the public. The primary goal of School First is to achieve performance in the management of school districts' financial resources. The School First accountability rating ensures that Texas schools are accountable not only for student learning, but also for achieving these results cost-effectively and efficiently. The School First accountability rating assigns one of 4 accountability ratings to Texas school districts, with the highest being superior achievement, which is what we have received for the last 12 years. During this public hearing, we will also allow for public comments, and the meeting was posted on September 28th, in the newspaper, on September 28th and October 5th. The presentation was included in your board packet, and we also have copies that were made available for the public. Now we will begin. There are 20 indicators. The first 6 are yes or no answers, and then the following are up to where you can earn up to 5 points for each indicator. Each indicator that has a reference to our CAFR or our audit report, I have listed it and included it in here so that someone can reference back to where the information is coming from. I'll start with indicator number 1. Was the total fund balance less non-spendable and restricted fund balance greater than 0 in the general fund? The answer is yes. And the results are for the 12-13 audit year. I'm sorry, I should have started with that. However, we are supposed to also include the prior year as a comparison. Okay. Indicator number 2. Was the total unrestricted net asset balance in the governmental activities column in the statement of net assets greater than 0? Yes, it is. Now, the difference here, you can see from one year to the next, and this is where we ended the 12-13 year, starting the commitments for the 13-14 year. And number 3, were there no disclosures in the annual financial report and or other sources of information concerning default on bonded indebtedness obligations? We were able to make all of our bond payments. Indicator number 4. Was the annual financial report filed within 1 month after the deadline depending upon the district's financial year end date? Our report was filed after it was approved by the board at the January 2014 meeting. Indicator number 5. Was there an unqualified opinion in the annual financial report? And that is true. Our audit report was submitted with an unqualified opinion. Indicator number 6. Did the annual financial report not disclose any instances of material weaknesses in internal controls? Belterris Pahacek are the district's external auditors for the 12-13 year, and they did not report any material weaknesses in the 12-13 audit. Indicator number 7. Was the 3-year average percent of total tax collections, and it includes delinquent, greater than 98%? And it was, and I included the years that were included in that average: 10-11, 11-12, and 12-13. Indicator number 8. Did the comparison of PEMS data to like information in the annual financial report result in an aggregate variance of less than 3% of expenditures per fund type? What it's referring to is was the audit report that was presented and approved by the board within an acceptable variance, for instance, rounding to what was submitted to TEA, and it is. Were debt-related expenditures less than $350 per student? And this is net of our IFA. So this would be our debt-related expenditures, our bond payments, less the portion that we receive from the state, divided by our enrollment in 1213, has an average of, not an average, but $190 of debt-related expenditures per student. Indicator number 10, was there no disclosure in the annual audit report of material noncompliance? We did not have any disclosures included in our annual report. Indicator number 11, did the district have full accreditation status in relation to financial management practices? And yes, we did. Indicator number 12, was the aggregate of budgeted expenditures and other uses less than the aggregate of total revenues, other resources, and fund balance in the general fund? And as stated in Exhibit G1 of our audit report, we did have a favorable or greater than fund balance, and that it was at $35,431,701. Now, this is referring to your original budget. And that's why I listed that Exhibit G1, because there's several exhibits that reference fund balance. But for this question is, did you approve an original budget with sufficient funds available? And if you refer to that report, you can see where our original revenues and expenditures with fund balance, we were favorable, and it's at the $35 million. Indicator number 13. If the district's aggregate fund balance in the general fund and capital projects fund was less than zero, were construction projects adequately financed? We do not have a fund balance less than zero, and our capital projects, we do maintain our budget at the cash that's available. Those are the construction funds, which are 616, 617, and 618. But our total expenditures under Function 81, which are construction related, in 1213 were $2,179,809. Indicator number 14 was the ratio of cash and investments to deferred revenue in the general fund greater than or equal to 1:1. And yes, we do have cash greater than our deferred revenues. Number 15 was the administrative cost ratio less than the historic standard in state law. The state limit is .1250. In the 1213 year, our district ratio was .0879. Indicator number 16 was the ratio of students to teachers within the ranges shown below according to our district size, and per our enrollment size, our range is 13.5 to 22, and we were at 15.81. Indicator number 17 was the ratio of students to total staff within the ranges according to the district size. For our district size, our range is 7 to 14, and in 1213 we were at 7.37. Indicator number 18 was the decrease in unassigned fund balance less than 20% over 2 fiscal years. If total revenues exceeded operating expenditures in the general fund, then the district received 5 points. Our revenues did exceed our expenditures in 1213 year, so we received the 5 points. Was the aggregate total of cash and investments in the general fund more than zero? Yes, we do have, for general fund, which is Exhibit C1, on our balance sheet, our cash and investments totaled $46,550,200. Indicator number 20, where investment earnings in all funds, excluding debt service and capital projects funds, meet or exceed the 3-month Treasury bill rate. The average return for 12/13 for our funds was 0.2371 versus the 3-month Treasury bill at 0.07167%. We received 5 points for each of the indicators that have the point system, and we answered yes to all of the first 6 indicators, which allowed us to receive the rating of superior achievement. Along with our 20 indicators, the district is required to post the superintendent's contract on our website. Any reimbursements to the superintendent and board of trustees, outside compensation of superintendent, gifts of $250 or more to the superintendent and board of trustees, district transactions with board of trustees, and the summary schedule on financial solvency provisions. Oops, that went way too fast. I'm so sorry. And it didn't open. Okay. Our disclosures report. This first report will be included on our financial transparency webpage with all of the disclosures and the PowerPoint presentation. And so we do have our superintendent's contract. Right now, it has been there since May of 2012. I think that's the date. And that's the date on my file. And let's see. We also have the reimbursements received by the superintendent and board members for the fiscal year of 2013. These reimbursements are a reference to any travel, meals, lodging, or other, which can include registration fees, telephone, internet services, fax, or other reimbursements. And we have the total by category, by board member. We also have, since Dr. Ackerman was also here part of the year, we've also included that report. And throughout the year, we asked for the board to fill out the disclosure notes, and so this is a reflection of all for the superintendent. There is no professional or consulting fees. For the board and the superintendent, there is no gifts received by executive officers, over $250, sorry. And there is also no business transactions between the school district. We also include, in the first report, it includes the first quarter of the 13-14 year expenditures. So we have the first quarter expenditures by object code group included in the report. And they also ask several questions that refer to financial solvency. For example, did we draw funds from a short-term financing note between the months of September and December? We did not. For the prior fiscal year, have the total fund balance of less than 10% of total expenditures in functional codes. I'm sorry, in functional codes 11 through 61. No. The next two aren't answered because it's in reference to school districts with another fiscal year. But they're the same type of question, it's just the months change. Has the district declared financial exigency within the past 2 years? No. And since we have not answered yes to any of the questions above, the trend information is not required. But it is important that we include how many superintendents our district has had in the last 5 years and how many business managers in the last 5 years. So this report will also be included on our webpage with the first PowerPoint. at this time, we can open it up for or questions from the board and then public comments.
I just have a quick question, just to clarify, on indicator 9.
Mm-hmm.
From 11, 12, 12, 13, so it's gone up a couple dollars, right? Did I read that correct?
Yes, sir. Each year, we have our bond payment schedule, so each year it does vary. This last year, we refinanced one of our outstanding bonds, so next year, we do expect it to decrease.
And on indicator 16, another question.
Yes, sir.
Actually, okay, on 15, it's gone down, right? Okay, on 16, it's gone down, correct?
Yes, sir.
From 11, 12 to 12, 13,
Yes, sir.
the ratio of students to teachers. Question? Mr. Mesa?
I have a question, and I believe it has to do with the current audit of this past year, and it had to do with food service. Has that way of reporting been taken care of? I think it was reporting of the inventory, if I'm not mistaken. There was a question about that.
Yes, sir. It has been clarified. It was in our 12-13 audit, where when we met at the last August meeting, after we met in our last August meeting where we request approval for final budget amendments, after that, our auditors who were performing the first audit for our school district indicated that there was the commodities information wasn't being reported appropriately. Once they informed us how to correct that, that then led for our expenditures, actual expenditures, to exceed the approved budget that was approved in August. But with the 13-14 information, that has been corrected.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Other questions?
Just as a follow-up to that, there's no need for the board to go back and retrospectively sign off on that? I mean, obviously, it's history, and it's already been audited.
The submissions to TEA of our audit information were sent in January of 2014. So after that time, you do have an opportunity to correct it. However, we couldn't go back. The last time you can approve amendments would have been August 2013. And we didn't have that information at that time. We didn't have that information at that time, and that's when we sent in the report as is.
We asked that very question, didn't we, in the Finance Committee? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
You have something to add?
I was just gonna add that in terms of that correction to the nutrition budget, that's important, but it's not in any way, shape, or form part of this audit that she's presenting on today, because it's a separate budget. It's not included in this, so it didn't affect our rating in any way.
That is correct.
I thought it would somehow.
Most of the indicators or most of the ratings are in reference to our general fund.
Other questions from the board?
Nicely done, thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no more questions from the board, then are there any questions from the public? Because there is an opportunity for public comments on the report.
Well, good job on the superior rating.
appears there are no public comments on the report. Okay.
Then that will end our public hearing, and this is the 2014 rating for the year ending August 31st, 2013.
I assume you have information from the previous years readily available?
I do, sir, and they're also available on the TEA website, but I do.
I don't want to hold up the board, but I think maybe tomorrow or the next day, I'd like to follow up on those two items as a trend, because I
Okay.
have questions, and I'm just a little bit confused as to how that trend shows up on that report, but
Okay.
that's not for,
Okay.
doesn't have to be today. Okay, that brings us to agenda item 5B, public hearings, the insufficient performances, the improvements in performance expected, and the intervention measures. Ms. Aide Garcia?
Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board, good evening. Campuses or districts must undergo the TASE process, which is the Texas Accountability Intervention System, if campuses or district are rated as improvement required by TEA, have missed one or more system safeguard targets, or have been stayed for interventions in PBMAS, which is Performance-Based Monitoring System. The administrators attended a training in San Angelo. It was a mandatory training from these 4 campuses that are rated improvement required. And then we also had Dean Munn come from San Angelo to do the training also with the campus improvement required advocates, as well as with the other principals that did meet standards but failed to meet standard in some of the safeguards, because they will also have to go through the TASE process but not submit the improvement plans to TEA. And the training involved 4 components, which was collect and analyze data, conduct a needs assessment to determine factors contributing to the low performance and or low effectiveness of federal and state program areas, develop an improvement plan that addresses all areas not meeting the required indices, and then also not meeting the PBMAS rated performance level if it's 2, 3, or 4, and monitor the implementation of the target improvement plan. After the training, the campus administrators were tasked with establishing a campus leadership team, which mostly consisted of cluster leaders and other staff at the campus. Together, after reviewing different data sources, such as the TAPER report, which is the Texas Academic Progress Report, STAR results, TELPUS results, 6-week summatives, DMAC reports, climate service, attendance report, the team collaborated to identify problem statements, root cause, annual goals, strategies, and interventions. The campus leadership team will continue meeting to monitor and implement upon what has already been established, because this is an ongoing process. So if they realize that, you know what, some of the areas that they identified as interventions are not working, then they can go back and change those. The TEA accountability rating system, we have Index 1, Student Achievement, which is really a snapshot of the performance across subjects. And we have, oops, sorry about that. So we have got the Index 1, last year was at 50%, this year it's at 55%. Calderon Elementary is 50%, Lamar Elementary 47%, North Heights Elementary met performance for Index 1 with 55%, and San Felipe Memorial Middle School exceeded expectation with a 71%. For Index 2, which is student progress, and this measures, even if the student did not meet standard, we still get credit for that, as well as students that did meet standard. There has to be a progress for us to get credit for those students as well. And for Index 2, Calderon Elementary scored at 36 points. Lamar Elementary, 18 points. North Heights Elementary, 31. And San Felipe Memorial Middle School missed it only by 1 point from 28 to 27. Index 3 measures closing the gap, and that's it really looks at the levels from the economically disadvantaged student group with the lowest performing race or ethnicity group. And there we have Calderon Elementary with 27 points, Lamar Elementary with 24 points, North Heights Elementary missed it just by 1 point also with 27, and San Felipe Memorial Middle School exceeded with 38 points. Index 4 is our post-secondary readiness, which they look at the level 3 performance. And here Calderon Elementary exceeded with 17 points, Lamar Elementary 13 points, North Heights Elementary 16 points, and San Felipe Memorial Middle School with 27 points. So after the committee got together, they came up with some of the problem statements. And for Lamar Elementary, some of the problem statements that they came up with after they evaluated all their data was test scores dropped significantly in reading and math from 1 year to the next. Discipline referrals increase and continue to increase. Bilingual students scored the lowest on the STAR test in all areas, and there was limited data disaggregation. For Dr. Fermin Calderon, the problem statements historically yielded low performance, resulting ranging in the mid-40s to mid-50 percentile across all contents. The passing rate for ELL population performed at 16% on reading. The passing rate for our economically disadvantaged student was at 46% in math, and the passing rate for economically disadvantaged student was at 47% in reading. The problem statements for North Heights Elementary, the ELL population performed at 29%. That's 25% below the state standard in reading. Only 28% of the economically disadvantaged population performed satisfactory on science. 26% of the ELL population, that's 38 students, passed math. And 0% of ELL students, that's 13 students, passed writing assessment. San Felipe Memorial Middle School problem statements. The ELL students performed at 44%, which is 11% below the 55 expectation on reading. Special ed students performed at 46%, which is 9% below the 55 expectation on math. And there was a 10% drop in level 3 advanced rating for GT students from the previous 2013-2014 STAR assessment in ELA and math. We looked throughout the 4 campus, and one common problem that we saw in the improvement required campuses is that historically we have not addressed the needs of our ELL students, yielding assessment results below state and district averages. So some of the interventions that the committee came up with is ongoing professional development on effective ELL strategies and data-driven training for teachers, ongoing professional development and guiding instruction, training and support on differentiated instruction, accountability and DMAC training, master schedule adjustments, and some of those we already started this year. For example, in the elementary campuses, we have 30-minute RTI time. So the teachers work with the students, and it's very focused, very targeted in what the students need. Also, at the San Felipe Memorial Middle School, they have an extra math class or reading depending on the need of the student. They also have their academic prep time, which they work either 3 days on math and then 2 days on reading, and then the following week would be 2 days of math and 3 days of reading, so that they can get that extra support. This year, these campuses are also having mini assessments. So instead of waiting till the end of the 6 weeks and find out, you know what, the students are failing, what we're doing now is having a mini assessment during the third week. So if we see that the student is struggling, then we can provide interventions for them as well. We also provided Imagine Learning to these campuses, which is a program that works with the oral language development. They used it in the summer school programs, and it showed to be very beneficial. The students were doing very well. We also want to have a collaborative meeting for bilingual teachers so that we can see how we can support the teachers. So at this time, if there's any questions from the board or the public, we'll address them, and the principals and their advocates are here as well to address the questions.
Well, we start with questions from the board. I'd like to start.
Sure.
Dr. Hughes, I just saw your hand, so you can follow. On your prescribed interventions, can you go back again and tell me how involved the teachers at those campuses were in developing those interventions?
Yes, and the principals can come up also in case you want to add to whatever I have to say. But they met, they had several meetings where after they looked at the data, then together they came up with, okay, what do we need to do different so that we can address the needs of these students? And the teachers crafted these interventions as well.
So the interventions in terms of the specific components were engineered, so to speak, or created by the teachers?
By the committee, which was
Okay.
mostly
Made up
the
mostly of
cluster leaders and some of the other support staff at the campus.
The one other question, and I don't expect you to pull it up on the board or anything, but if I were to go to previous year's campus improvement plans, would I see any of these things on previous years, or are these new imaginations of needed interventions?
A lot of them are new. For example, the professional development on effective ELL strategies, that one is new. Guided instruction is new. One thing, we didn't add like the tutoring because we've done that for years and years, and it seems like it's not working. So now instead of doing tutoring after school, we're doing it during that 30-minute block during the day. The mini assessments, that's something also new to us because we've always used to wait until the end of the 6 weeks to give the assessment. And then, of course, the Imagine Learning.
When you say a mini assessment, I guess the other term, maybe the terminology I understand it as, would be assessment for learning as opposed to assessment of learning, right?
Right.
Assessment that is involved in the instructional process as opposed to just simply at the end of an instructional unit, correct?
Right.
Can you give me a specific example of that type of mini assessment?
We have like the formative assessments. So as the teacher gives the lesson and she realizes, okay, you know what, this student didn't get it, didn't understand, then that would be one of them. And then the other one would be after the 3 weeks, then whatever instruction has been taught, they'll give them an assessment to see if they did well. If they didn't, then the teacher will be able to reteach.
Okay, but specifically the actual assessment. Or maybe I should ask one of the principals.
Okay.
What exactly is being used as a formative or an assessment?
Yes, sir, Mr.
For
Gerby.
learning.
Good evening, Dr. Rios, members of the board. One of the assessments, they're common for the 3 elementary campuses, the particular mini assessment that Mrs. Garcia is speaking about, and it consists of a very short assessment, anywhere from, it's got to be a good measurable goal, so maybe 6 to 10 questions in math, reading, the tested area, science, writing, and it allows the teacher some flexibility. It's not given on one set day by each teacher, and they are star formatted questions, but it should be a quick assessment in that format to have that exposure, but also to gain insight of the student's depth of knowledge at that point after the teacher's taught a few concepts over a 3-week period.
Okay, I'll yield for now. Dr. Keys?
Are we in a crisis mode, or we should be in a crisis mode for Lamar? And if so, what are we doing? Besides what you just shared with us. We should be doing something very, very stringent right now. We can't be waiting anymore. Do we have anything in place right now for a quick fix?
Well, one of the big things is the 30-minute RTI time, so they're working very specifically with those students that need that support. But Ms. Flores can go ahead and let you know exactly what they're doing at that campus right now.
Yes, sir. Dr. Keese, we do have our instructional advocate currently, along with our instructional coach, working very closely with our teachers in the testing areas, third, fourth, and fifth. We do have some novice teachers who are new and lack experience in the teaching profession, so we want to ensure to provide as much support to those teachers as possible. And also, overall, since last year, we do have a lack of experience in some areas, whether it be new to the grade level or new to the profession. We want to be sure and support our teachers and increase that quality instruction. In addition to that, we are doing, like Mrs. Aide Garcia said, we are doing our RTI time, 30 minutes a day, in inclusive interventions during computer lab time. So the students are going to the computer lab on a weekly basis, anywhere from 2-3 times a week in third, fourth, and fifth, and teachers are required to pull small groups for reading interventions. The RTI time embedded into the instructional day outside of computer time is also reading intervention to help our students. In addition to that, we are promoting a lot of guided instruction to allow our teachers, or to provide our teachers that support and training to pull small groups after a direct lesson, to go back to providing that individual one-on-one for the students that are struggling and ensuring that they gain those concepts, and we just don't move along and think that they have it. So.
Okay, now with the bilingual students, as we just shared right now, being the lowest scored, let me ask you all this. Is the focus learning the language or academics with the kids?
Both, sir.
Both?
Yes. Our reading groups probably that are being pulled, our reading groups that are probably being pulled are being pulled particularly because we have the Imagine Learning as well. The Imagine Learning and the reading, to assist in the reading because of the change in language.
Because you can't divide 50-50 between that with the bilingual kids. It has to be one or the other, and I hope it's academics first.
Yes, sir.
Because the language will pick up after 5 years.
Right, and that's why it's really important to pull those small groups for the reading.
Mr. Mesa?
You have to understand that there's a couple of educators here that been there, done that. And I question certain things because we've had, for example, data desegregation forever and ever. I mean, I can remember DMAG forever. So there's nothing new about that. What I'm concerned with is protecting the instructional time. And you can tell me, that we purchase all kinds of software, like I see the update and Study Island is there. Study Island has been there 9 years ago, 10 years ago, when I was there. Now, my question is this. Principals, administrators, whether it's the assistant or the principal, they have to monitor certain things because you can tell me there's a schedule for the computer lab. It's very easy, because I've been there, done that, for a teacher to say, Mrs. So-and-so, I'm not going to computer today, I have something else, and they skip that. Is anybody monitoring those hours that the kids log in? Because if a principal doesn't do that, I could skip computer every day. I mean, they're scheduled only like twice a week. I can cancel twice a week and get away with it unless somebody's monitoring those hours that are logged in. And that's my concern, because it was done when I was there. If I did not monitor the number of minutes the students have logged in, I would say, and immediately the computer lab person knew, oh, she canceled this week or last week, because the number of hours and minutes that the other teachers or students had logged in was very different from that teacher that canceled every time. Is that being monitored?
Yes, sir. And it's being monitored through the data, ensuring that our assessments are going up, because ultimately our students are going to be, we want to see growth in them academically. So not only do the teachers have to turn in an intervention log, and we do spot check those interventions to make sure that our students are getting that remediation that they need.
Because just a few minutes ago, I heard Mrs. Flores that some of the RTI instruction is going on during the computer lab period. I mean, as it is, they only go, in some schools, they probably go once a week, because there's not enough labs.
Yes, sir, and that's why our main focus right now is to really increase the depth of quality instruction in regards to the experiences that we have on our campus with the teachers and the number of years teaching, and ensure that the instruction being given in the classroom is of high quality to ensure it minimizes the amount of remediation that we have to do during the day. Because we do understand that, yes, sir.
And I, along with, let's say, Dr. Keys and all the retired educators that are up here, are concerned with the bilingual program and when we see 16 percentage points compared to the expected 55, percentage points that the state requires us to be in, I'm thinking you gotta light a fire somewhere, because we're not gonna tolerate the same over and over, saying we're gonna do it different, but I don't see anything different, honestly. I don't see, unless, there's RTI happening from 3 to 5. I mean, something has to be done drastically different.
Yes, and that's why we're working very, very hard to ensure that instruction is of very high quality. We want to be sure that our students are getting the most that they can in that rotation where they have math, that rotation where they have reading, writing, science, etc. But for all students, not just the ones that get it. Absolutely.
Well, thank you. I'll pass it on to somebody else.
I have some questions for Mrs. Moreira. Okay, let's go back to assessment for learning, right? These mini assessments, which I guess is a term that's being used. Now, my question, my concern would be about the amount of time that teachers have to do those things. So how teacher-friendly are these mini assessments? I mean, if I've got a group of 30 kids, or 25 kids, several classes, and I'm teaching and I'm grading, because an assessment, as often as not, is a quiz, right? It can be other forms, certainly.
Yes, sir.
Something to create an artifact. But quality assessment takes time.
Right.
And assessment is one of the more challenging things to master. So if I'm a third grade teacher, fifth grade teacher, whatever at your school, what do I have available that's kind of on the shelf that's going to help me assess in an appropriate manner the learning that's going on without taking up even more of my time?
Very good question. The assessments were developed for that goal in mind, and they were not developed as a paper and pencil for students just to take a test because we all decided that a 3-week assessment was better than a 6. Those problems were handpicked based on the planning, through the planning protocol and our curriculum of what needs to be assessed. So they were already ready-made for teachers through the instructional coach and the IR advocates, through the curriculum office. So no extra work for teachers. The problems on the test are 10 to 12 problems, which is equitable to a 45 to 55-minute assessment. Some done quicker, some longer. It just kind of depends.
55-minute assessment?
Well, the time of a class period. We didn't want to create a test to test and waste time for students. So we did not make it longer than it should be. If it's a 75-minute block or a 90-minute block, depending on the subject, it's 10 to 12 problems to assess the learning for the 3 weeks. And the teachers do not have to grade the assessment. It is on a Scantron. It's pre-coded, pre-slugged, given to the assistant principal upon completion. Where it's scanned, the data is automatically imported into the DMAX system, where it can be made available to the teacher and, of course, administration as well as students. So we're trying to eliminate that extra time for teachers as well as students to give them the information back so we can create that teaching if needed. And it is also based on TEKS or whatever the problems are at that time.
Okay, so at your campus, for example, there's already been some mini assessments, right?
One, sir.
Okay. And could you describe that mini assessment for me? Could you tell me what it was?
We did the 4th week of the first 6 weeks, per 3rd, 4th, and 5th, any type of testing area. So like for 3rd grade, it was a mini assessment for reading and math, for 4th grade, reading, math, and writing, and for 5th grade, reading, math, and science. As far as the exact problem, no, I don't recall an exact problem, but it was based on our curriculum and then the guidelines in which we planned for. And we used the same assessments as the other campuses as well. Our instructional coaches and our IR advocates also helped with that as well.
Mr. Overfeld, did you have something? Or did you just move your arm?
Would those be on that SharePoint? The mini assessments, would they be on SharePoint?
They're not available to all campuses, so I'm not for sure they're on SharePoint.
Where are they?
They're in our Dropbox.
I'm sorry. Our current second 6 weeks, 3-week assessments have been uploaded into SharePoint. And the reason for that is because some of our other campuses said, well, you know, you're creating formative assessments that we could also benefit from. And so the other campuses are not tracking data through a Scantron, but they're taking those assessments and saying, okay, if I can use this in my classroom, then how can I use it to track my information based on my students' needs. And those assessments are created based on the roadmap. So we look at the roadmap and say, okay, what concepts are being taught the first 3 weeks of instruction, and that's where they're created from.
Okay. I'm going to assume that at the elementary level, assessment wouldn't involve artifacts, but it might at the 6th grade. Mr. Ramos?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so what do these mini assessments look like at your campus?
Sir, our formative assessments are more instructional. What it is our teachers have built into their lesson a way of assessing kids either through dry erase boards or through questioning, so that they don't just ask one student to raise their hand and answer. They want to make sure that the majority of the kids are assessing, and answering. So our formative assessments are more embedded into the actual instruction. And based on the results, as that you can see, we did good. We just needed to focus on every entire group at our campus, not just our bubble kids. But my formative assessments are more in the instruction. For example, if you're in a math class, the dry erase boards, it's very easy for a math teacher to assess whether the majority of the students learned what was going on. Simple as that. And the rest is questioning. And turn to a partner, discuss, trying to get them to a higher level thinking. That's our majority of our assessments.
More hands-on, more out of the box in that area.
So it's more constructionist.
Right. We will not move to another TEK until we are sure that it has been assessed and mastered.
Okay. We'll come back. Other questions? Mr. Chavita?
I was never in elementary, so my questions might be a little limited. But getting back to what you were saying about historically, you know, we either been doing real bad, and we really have never gotten a hold as to what's working and what's not working. Evidently, the majority of things are not working because we continue to get the same results. I like what you're saying, as far as making sure that they do. It just, pardon me for associating what I'm fixing to say. Like the coaches, you know, when you go up and then you tell them something, they do it, they throw it, they make arrangements as to what needs to be done right there and there. And if they don't do it, they make, so that's a good way of doing it, because they get the immediate gratification and then they practice immediately what they're supposed to do. And they sort of like, if I was to give you instructions on the phone, and it would be better if I was to show you how to do it and me seeing you that you do it. So, I don't know whether I'm making myself clear on that.
No, you are, absolutely. It's a mindset change on the teacher's part. Yeah. Because we're so used to, and I'm probably guilty of it when I was a teacher, was one student would answer and I was happy with that and move on.
Yeah. And
now it's up to the teacher to assure and make sure that all of them are on the same page.
That everybody's on the same just like the band, you know, everybody moves at one You know, they go from one routine to another. So, thank you.
And it hasn't been easy changing a teacher, especially if you got a 30-year
Yeah, making sure
veteran.
that they get some feedback from the students, making
Exactly,
sure that they know what they're doing.
Other questions? So, all right, in your walkthroughs, right, you're talking about using assessment for learning like questioning, right? Everyone knows that questions are a very difficult process, especially to get people to think at a higher level. So, do you provide
Yes.
coaching?
Yes, we go through the DMAC. There is an actual PDAS walkthrough that we are asked to do 15 walkthroughs per week.
Well, I'm not concerned about the quantity.
Right,
walkthroughs.
but
I wanna know
it's
about,
a coaching.
okay,
It's
I
a
wanna know
coaching
about-
mechanism that's in there.
the quality of the feedback that
Exactly.
teachers are getting. Like, in other words, if you came to my class, I'm a pretty lousy questioner. I would want someone to help me to ask better questions.
Exactly. I would want, I write a written response. There's a written response given to every walkthrough. And it's a paragraph. Basically, you go in, you describe what you see, and then you relate it to our planning protocol, and then you make suggestions. For example, I noticed you didn't use our formative assessment that our district wants us to use. Please make sure that you use it next time, and I'll look for that the next time that I go.
Well, that's kind of compliance and process. I mean, something that actually gets at the heart of improving my instructional delivery. I mean, asking me to put something on the wall or on the board or to follow a process is one thing,
Right.
but to actually enhance the quality. And I don't mean to put you on the spot. I mean, one of the elementaries can jump in.
I'm not looking for compliance.
Okay.
I mean, compliance is so easy. You know, I'm not looking for compliance. I'm looking for the quality of the instruction. And if I can't help that teacher or I see a constant problem, that's when my advocate would walk in or one of our instructional coaches to help that teacher.
Okay. Can you give me an example of where you help someone scale a set of questions?
I'm sorry.
You help someone go from a question that really evoked a kind of basic response to a higher order response.
Knowledge to.
Good morning, good evening.
We haven't been here that long.
I haven't slept. We do, on the coaching piece, we do ask that they do more open-ended questions rather than closed questions. Also, on the planning documents, we do have guiding questions where the teachers do receive the questions that they should be asking for those lessons. So, did that answer your question, sir?
Depends on what my follow-up will be. Go ahead.
What they're alluding to is when teachers get together to plan, because questioning is so difficult, you know, for the longest time, and the questions that we're, I guess, more poised to ask all the time are yes or no or factual questions at the lower level of Bloom's taxonomy. So what they do when they get together to plan is that they actually come up with questions that you said scale, we use the word scaffold the learning up. So to go from a lower level question to a higher level questioning that scaffolds the learning and ends up in that rigorous learning.
Go from what to why, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
Or how to why, okay.
So a lot of the time that we spent with the principals last year was coaching them on how to improve the feedback that they were giving to the teachers. This year, because we're very comfortable with the ability of them to give the feedback, because it did, we all became more conversant in instructional leadership. The step that we're taking that now is, okay, so now we can give the feedback really, we're doing really well in giving it in writing, but now let's take it a step further where you actually sit with a teacher and go through the feedback that you gave them to make sure that it's implemented, and it really becomes more of a coaching model. But they have received a lot of training in helping teachers scaffold the learning for the students, how to implement it, and now the next phase is, well, let's make sure that you go beyond the writing and actually have that face-to-face conversation.
All right, so let's get back to the teacher's involvement in the process. Since I think the 4 or 5 of us who have taught would agree that teachers listen to teachers, right? I mean, when we talk about collaboration, teachers speak the same language. So compared to last year, how much are teachers being engaged to teach each other, right, and to support each other as opposed to a year ago? Is there more of it? Is this more teacher? Sure, it looks like we have a teacher who might want to add something? Yes, Ms. Sanders?
I'm from Calderon. Yes, the teachers are planning together. We have worked this summer on curriculum, some of us. We made some exemplar lessons. We've made guiding questions. We take those questions. We meet together with our group, only the first grade teachers. Of course, we do have someone there to help us. And we make our own questions, and we will say, that's not higher order, we don't want that question. We want questions that ask why, questions that say how. If you're going to ask a simple question, the student has to justify their answer. They must tell you why they are saying that. And to answer your computers, I felt the same way you did. But at our campus, thank goodness, we have 45 minutes for computer time. That means I can do 2 groups of 20, 5 minutes for getting them situated. So they are not losing all of their computer time. We've done an excellent job with that. And then that leaves me 3 days with uninterrupted RTI time. So, plus they get guided reading time and guided math time. So yes, we are on the ball.
Okay. And Mrs. Sanders, okay, your answer, that's all right. Your answer was more revealing because you obviously are a teacher, right? And when I say teachers listen to other teachers,
yes, well, we have to collaborate. We have to work together. If one teacher in one room is doing something else and you're doing something else, and then that teacher's scores are good, but this teacher's are not, well, then you know why. We need to work together to make the best lessons we can make for our children.
And I certainly think that y'all will do it. I mean, teachers know teachers and they know teaching. That's why I wanted to hear what exactly are y'all doing in the classroom. So.
And we've had quite a bit of training on higher order questioning. We've had several workshops. And like I said, the district is providing us with all the tools we need. I will tell you that. I've talked to other people in different districts. We are getting the tools we need. And yes, last year we was brand new with the planning protocol. This year is even more. We know what we're doing now. It gives us more time to plan those excellent lessons.
It's good to hear that. Thank you.
Could I ask you a question? Because
Yes.
I mean, I know you're the type not to skip the lab.
Yes.
Because I was there. You do an outstanding job. But what I was alluding to was, the monitoring from administration that somebody doesn't cancel.
No, yes.
Because
At our campus, I know we are monitored.
Okay.
And, and when I get my papers, I can see who's gone off of it to go to the restroom. Who's done what? And, I get that child and I say, no, we go before, you can't go during. But because you're busy trying to tutor your group, you don't always see what's going on. But our lab managers have been very good this year. They're walking around, they're keeping the students on track. And that is important too, because you'll find out if no one's watching, the child will go off or go do something else. Well, if you're working with a group, you cannot be monitoring. So that's where the lab managers have come in.
Well, thank you for your input.
You're welcome.
And I did want to add in as an extension to that on teachers teaching. At North Heights, we're doing a Saturday boot camps for teachers, and it is teachers teaching students. And we've had one, and we're having another one this Saturday.
Teachers teaching
Teachers
teachers.
teaching
Yes.
teachers. Telling you I haven't slept.
When you mentioned higher order questions,
Yes, sir.
Bruce taxonomy,
Yes, sir.
analysis, synthesis, evaluation,
Excuse me, sir?
the
It's
upper
part of
3
the
levels.
Evaluation, yes. We keep track of the students who are answering, and like you said, we have like little sticks or something, popsicle sticks, you draw the name. So you're not getting the same students who can answer the questions, and you're making the other children think and figure things out. And we do a lot of think pair, I teach first grade too. You do a lot of think pair share where the students are
Now, before they enter the higher order, have they mastered the lower three levels?
We don't spend a lot of time on the lower levels.
That's the foundation for upper level.
Yes, but we're going through that with our lessons. But like they said, we start with down here and we scaffold up. So we just don't say, what's the setting of the story? We say, what's the setting of the story? They tell us, how do you know that's the setting of the story? We want them to think, why do they think the story takes place at the beach? What context clues, what picture clues, what told you that was at the beach?
It's analysis.
Yes, sir, we are doing the little babies, but we don't stop there. That's not good enough. We have to move it up.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Next time, just ask the teacher. That's what,
Right.
she's got the answers. Thank you. Other questions? There are no other questions from the board? I'll yield at that time. I guess, we move on to B1, Ms. Garcia, if there's no questions from the board, see if they're public.
From the public? Do you have any questions from the public?
Any public comments on the targeted improvement plan? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on agenda item 6, board members report, there's nothing. And that brings us to 7, reports. A, information on delinquent tax collections from Linebarger, Gogan, Blair, and Sampson LLP. Ms. Sonia Gonzalez is here.
Thank you, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board. We're pleased to present this year's delinquent tax collection report. It is a lengthy report, so I'm going to try and provide you with a brief summary of everything. This past fiscal year, we collected a little over $1,410,000 in delinquent taxes. We have at this time 34 accounts pending in bankruptcy. That'll make up close to $54,000. We're monitoring those to ensure that upon dismissal from the bankruptcy court, that the school district gets paid its delinquent tax portion first. In addition, we have mailed out 15,075 mass mailing notices, 1,120 target mailing, which includes trial notices, court cause letters, notice of dismissals, so forth and so on. Over 3,800 outbound phone calls, 2,099 inbound. We have 376 payment arrangements. 237 title requests have been processed, and those are necessary prior to filing any type of lawsuit. We try and obtain the clearest title possible to not run into any issues further down the legal process. We have filed 111 lawsuits, entered 68 judgments. Now that particular number is not accurate. About 30 days ago, we had about 60 cases set in the 63rd District Court. We're still updating all of those files, but you're looking at about an additional 20 judgments entered. 22 dismissals. We've had 2 sales. We'll have one upcoming in February and one resale. We are working with the county tax office as well as the city in order to reduce these minimum bids on these old struck-off properties so that we can get them back on the rolls to generate revenue. That's been a project that our office has been working on for about 6 months now. And if there are any questions at this time, I'll be happy to answer them.
Questions from the board? Mr. Mesa?
Sonia, what are some vocabulary, I guess, that attorneys
That
use?
is
I don't
attorney
understand.
mumbo jumbo.
Perfect service, for example, what does that mean?
In order to take a particular tax lawsuit to trial, we have to properly serve all of the defendants, anybody who has an interest in the property. Sometimes we're unable to locate these defendants. We have to go out of state, out of county many times. It's just a time-consuming process, so we cannot proceed until we perfect service on all of the defendants that are included in the lawsuit.
So that means contacting everyone that's on the title?
Yes, and if not, we do have to in accordance with Texas Rules Civil Procedure 112A, in tax lawsuits, we are allowed to serve folks by citation by posting at the courthouse. An attorney ad litem will then be appointed after 45 days, and then at that point, we can proceed with the suit. And again, those are the cases in which we're unable to locate the defendant.
Take nothing judgment.
That's when we find double assessments. So in other words, they've already paid, they've actually paid, and we've verified that it is a double assessment. We share the information with the appraisal district in order to clean up the rolls.
Okay, I started with the easy ones, now the harder ones. NUNC, PROTUNC.
Judgment nunc pro tunc, yes. Those, again, it's similar to a non-suit. It's when a judgment was taken previously, instead of having to vacate that particular judgment to correct maybe the legal description, let's say we had entered it with Lot 5, and we find out later on the title was amended, in actuality it's Lot 3. Instead of having to vacate the judgment and reset for trial, we can go ahead and enter that judgment in the previous judgment's place, really.
Pass it on for sake of time.
Dr. Keys, you had something?
Yes.
Overall, what is our collection rate?
I would have to obtain that particular number from the finance department, simply because that's how we pretty much measure the collection. We need to see the amount, the turnover amount versus the delinquent and the current collection rate. So I would need to look at that report to provide that, because we only receive the delinquent accounts.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Dr. Keys, what was your question again?
Our collection rate.
Supposed to be 98.
98% was our standard the last couple of years, so wonder if we still kept that same standard.
I thought I saw that somewhere down in county, right? Didn't I read that
Yes, as
somewhere?
part of our first, we are
First
required
report.
to be above 98%. That does go through 12/13, but we are, I'd have to provide the latest report that we have for 2013, but every month when we review financials, we include it in there as
Get it
well.
in the update.
Yes.
No, can I ask my understanding of that is that, let's say, in the past, I know we've questioned this, and normally we have around 95%, but because of previous years, things that go on like bankruptcy and so forth, because of people that owed in previous years and either judgment is made or they pay in full, then that percentage goes up to 98. Is that correct? From previous years?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It's been averaging between 94 and 95%, but I can provide a historical trend, and it is also part of an audit report.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you, Sonia, appreciate all that information that you give us on a yearly basis. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And with the board's permission, I'm going to ask if I can be excused to call into another board meeting, because they're waiting for me to call it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Agenda item 7B, attendance rates to date by school, Dr. Garza and Ms. Garcia.
Good evening, Mr. Gavirin, Dr. Rios, and board members. Here is our attendance reports. So we're just going to go down the line. We have the district attendance went from 97.54 to 97.12. The high school is at 95.69. It went from 96.57. The freshman is at it was 96.76. It's at 95.59. Del Rio Middle School, it went from 97.86 to 97.39. The middle school, San Felipe Middle School, went from 97.61 to 97.30. Garfield was at 98.32. It's at 98.09. North Heights went from 97.81 to 97.81. Lamar, 98.53 to 97.93. And Irene Cardwell, 95.88 to 95.95. Buena Vista, 98.11 to 98.19. Ruben Chavira, 97.86 to 97.76. And Dr. Fermin Calderon, 97.74 to 97.61. And Dr. Lonnie Green, 98.04 to 98.10. And here are the rankings. Our attendance, as you can see, has gone down. There is some questions that I asked principals, and we researched the data, try to figure out what happened in comparison to last year. There is three issues that I came up with that kind of affected our attendance from 97.12 to 97.42 if I take into account the next three things that I'm going to say. One of them is, as you will know, we had some kids from Mexico that were served a letter, and while they were served the letter, there was about 112 days that they missed within that first 6 weeks. The second one was rainy days. We had 3 rainy days that there was about 200 students that were absent within those that 6 weeks. If we had those students within those normal days, like we usually have from the other days, we would have increased our percentage, 2 percentage points for the whole district. And at the high school itself, we have 57 students that are 18-year-olds. We cannot do anything with these 18-year-olds. Most of them have been absent many, many days. When I account for all of them, they have been absent more than 300 days. I think I calculated 310 days in the first 6 weeks. That went from 97.12 to, from 95.69 to 96.20. When I calculated all the attendance, the rainy days, the students from Mexico, the actual 18-year-olds for the high school, it goes from 95.95 to, 95.69 to 96.4. As a district, as I said before, if we account for all those days, we would have gone from 97.12 to 97.42. We've also had some referrals to the court. We have about 30 referrals. As you recall, the presentation that was done by Mr. Valdez 2 months ago or several months ago, we had a total of 70 court cases that we had sent. Right now, if I get the percentage from the 70, we're at 43% compared to last year. So we already have 30 court cases in comparison to 70 that we had all year last year. Are there any questions?
Mr. Mesa?
I'll start with the positive first. I had to commend Buena Vista for their large enrollment and their 98 plus percentage points, and the same thing with Garfield. Now, I can tell you about Cardwell, been there, done that. When it rains, they don't go to school, okay? You can ask the grandparents, the parents, it was raining, mister. That's the only excuse I have. But with House Bill 5, the dropout prevention rate comes in. And my concern is always freshmen and high school, because this is low for the first 6 weeks. Normally we start with higher percentage. And again, my concern has been that it's on a downward trend, and we need to stop that, because the eventual, what's going to happen is they stay too far behind and then eventually start dropping out. I ask questions like, for example, with, the pregnant students that, what are we doing to keep them in school? All that will come when we start adding our numbers, and I know the Lone Star magazine that comes from TASB, the November issue will deal with House Bill 5 and a checklist of things that we didn't know what was going to be rated. We do now know what is being rated, what is being checked on. And so we have to stay above all of that and making sure that, we engage with the community, we engage with our students. And my concern is right now freshmen in high school, because again, and it's not my first time that I air this concern, it's in a downward trend. And for being the first 6 weeks, that's not good.
And I don't want to make any excuses, Mr. Mesa, but I do believe, well, first of all, let me say, most of the referrals are from the high school. They have the most referrals that were sent to court. I do believe that we could have done something earlier with those 18-year-olds, because I said there's about 310 days that they missed for the first 6 weeks. Yet, I can ask the principal right now, but I can tell you what she's going to say. We have been trying to bring these kids back in. There's plenty of referrals where the 18-year-olds are trying to be, we're trying to bring them back in. We're also doing a lot of referrals for all the other students. One more thing about the 18-year-olds. I think we have about, I would say about 15 kids that are 18-year-olds that are 10th graders right now. So we want to keep those kids, make sure that eventually they graduate. But mostly we want to keep the ones that are already seniors that are 18-year-olds that are constantly absent. Those are really the ones that we want to pay attention to. And the policy says that if they're absent 10 days, we can withdraw them. And maybe we can do that so that the kids find out, you know what, they're serious. So maybe at that point we withdraw them, then they go through the process again, go to Mr. Valdez, and they go through a series of criteria to make sure that they understand that they need to be at school. The rest of the kids that are not 18-year-olds, I'm sure I can ask Dr. Sally right now, and she can tell you, I don't know if she's here now, okay. She can tell you the amount of referrals she has in her office with Mr. Carrera, which is the assistant principal in charge, that we're dealing one-to-one. And you'll see the referrals where a teacher referred them or someone referred them, and then a counselor talks to them, and then an assistant principal refers them, and at a certain point, we call it trigger number, we say, you know what, at this point, we're going to send you to court. And within those 10 days, we send them to court as long as that paperwork gets to the judge within those 10 days. So it is a struggle, but we are doing our work for that plan that we created this summer at the freshman campus and at the high school. I don't want to give you excuses, sir, but I do believe that those three reasons have a lot to do with that first 6 weeks.
Mr. Chavita?
Doc, some of these kids, the 18-year-old seniors, do they have a chance of graduating?
Yes, sir. There is several of them.
The reason I'm asking this is because we need to sit with them too and tell them, hey, listen, if you don't do it, here's the end, or you're getting pretty close to it, that type of thing. And the other thing that I like to mention is that, we send them to court, and who gets punished? The parents. The first place, they can't afford to pay, most of them. And even if they did, it's going to hurt them. They send me a bill, and it's going to hurt me. So, is there anything else that we can do besides sending them to court?
Of course, sir. And I tell you what, do you mind if I bring Dr. B up here to tell us a little bit of what she's doing with each single student?
If it pleases the board.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what
Dr. Rios has a comment while Dr. Sally is approaching the...
As we look at the data on particularly the 18-year-olds, one thing that just keeps coming back to mind is that if we look at the history of the district, particularly in the last 5 years, when ACAP was off the high school campus, we had a large number of participation because the students that are overage that didn't think they had a hope found that home at ACAP, and they came and they finished, and the graduation increased, and the kids were not absent. And I know that we've had some discussions about what we're going to do with our overage kids and the consideration to form a separate campus aside and how inexpensive it would be. And I think that would go a long ways in addressing our 18-year-olds who only have enough credits to be sophomores. That means that they only have anywhere between 10 and 14 credits. But if we find them at home where they don't have have the pressures of the high school because they're 18, because they're 19-year-olds. He says 18-year-olds, but in reality, they're 18 or 19-year-olds. Or 20 with very little credits. So as we get going on some of this construction, the next phase will be to have a discussion with the board and see how y'all feel about coming back to that ACAP mentality where it was off campus and we can service some of our overage kids, because that is the biggest problem. If we were to withdraw the overage students that don't have enough credits, it's just hard to conceive that a student's gonna stay in the high school for 2 more years and graduate at the age of 20. It doesn't happen, they get discouraged. But if we build them a home somewhere, like we had when it was ACAP, we will have the better results. So I think that'll be a solution, and I'd like to talk about it in the near future with y'all more formally.
Definitely, that's what I'm talking about, trying to give them a chance and get them some way of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel and says, hey, listen, I got a chance, I'm gonna go to it. But when you remove that, it says, hey, why go out there, they're gonna fail me anyway.
And that's what I was, just an alternative, because I know, Sally, you gave our improvement plan for attendance, and, we just heard about that, and it's a good plan. The only thing is, we gotta do something above and beyond before, we're starting out the year like this, and so if that helps out, because I know one thing that I did notice when we had the ACAP, they would come in late, kind of waltz in there, 9 o'clock, 9:30, but they did what was expected and they earned their credits.
Exactly.
And if that helps out, that attendance, I'm all for it.
Exactly, and that's what we've been doing, Mr. Garabedian and board members, and we have been flexible with the students, and of course, we make deals with them. That's what we're doing, a lot with the counselors and a lot also with administration. We have our own alpha, and so we tell them, you know what, guys, you need to be here by 9:30. Guys, you really need to be here by 10. But if you tell anybody I said that, I'm going to deny it, because I really need you here by 7:55. So, I know, and everybody just heard that. But, it's an individual case by case, because a lot of our students are working, and that's what's really important, is having that connection with the students. One thing that we're doing differently, Mr. Mesa, is we already started make up hours now. So kids are already staying. They have an option from 4 to 8 to make up some of those hours because they've been absent. And also on Saturdays from 10 to 2, we have 2 teachers that are working with that. Mr. Carrera did it for the first couple of Thursdays, but that was something that we were asked to do instead of waiting till the semester. So that's one thing. And then also the counselors working with them with credit recovery, with the Plato labs, with changing teachers if we need to, coming up with some other tutoring as well to give them some kind of hope, because it is a little overwhelming for our students that are behind on credits. And again, we have so many kids that are working 30, 40 hours a week, and it's hard for them to come in, but we're having those conversations with them. So again, we've talked to Dr. Garza, Dr. Rios. There's a lot of kids who were hitting their 10 days right away, but coming in a day or two here, coming a day or two here, passing 5 classes, passing 6 classes. We don't want to withdraw them. We want them to graduate. We don't want to send them to court, Mr. Chavita, but again, we need to get them there. And so those are the conversations we're having with them. Administration, the counselors, the case managers. And I would welcome any of you to come and visit just to kind of have some conversations so we can tell you. I know last year I shared like 3 case studies I would love to talk to you about the students I'm dealing with, or Mr. Carrera's dealing with, or Ms. Rodriguez. All of us have our kids that we're trying to bring in so that they can graduate.
Dr. Barra, I'm very well aware of these students are very sensitive, like they know they're a lot older than the others, and so that being one factor, they felt a lot more comfortable being with their own age group at a different location, just that alone, because I know that there's many other factors, that they know they're so far behind in catching, their credits, but I think that's one thing that really helped out, that they would waltz in there, get their job done, and get their credit, and go on, with their diploma, because we ended up, having better attendance, you know, they wouldn't be counted against us so much because they attended.
Mr. Chavito?
Getting back to what Dr. was talking about, I think you ought to look into it, finding a way to help his students, because just, you know, we turn them away, what are they gonna do? I think we ought to work with them in the next year or so, night school, whatever needs to be done, just to get them to graduate and have a future.
Other questions on the attendance report? Okay, the next one is 7C, discipline report by school. Dr. Garcia?
Okay, I'm just gonna go through each, you did receive this file before the board meeting. I'm just gonna go through each, school. At the Rio High School, we had 10 code violations. We had, 3.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Are you able to expand that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go to the. At the Rio High School, we had 10 code of conduct violations. We had 3 controlled substance, and we had 6 fights and 73 insubordinations. The actual action that they took are down here is corrective action, detention, in-school suspension, out of school suspension, parent conference, partial day out of school suspension, and verbal reprimand. At the freshmen, we also had 2 code of conduct violations. We had 6 controlled substance, 4 fights, and 118 insubordinations. At the Real Middle School, code of conduct violations, we had 35. Controlled substance, we had 1. Fighting, we had 8. Insubordination, we had 39. And terroristic threat, we had 2. At San Felipe Memorial, we had an assault, 1 assault. We had a bus conduct, 1. Code violation, 29. Fighting, we had 2. And insubordination, we had 4. At SGOC, it's a violation of, they only had a code of violation. They had 31 of them. And then at Garfield, we had code violation. They had 6. At North Heights, they had 7 code violations. At Lamar, they had 13 code violations. At Buena Vista, they had 4. At Ruben Chavira, they had 3. And Fermin Calderon, they had 1 code violation and 1 insubordination. At Dr. Lonnie Green, they had 1 bus conduct and 8 code violations. Are there any questions?
Questions? Mr. Mesa?
Just a real simple one. And why is the color coding so different? Like, I started to look at out of school suspension, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna look at all the red ones, and then it's gray and it's yellow, and it changes from every school.
We'll fix that, sir. I see what you're saying. We'll keep track of that. We'll make sure that it's 1 color for each.
If it's uniform, I think it would help, because I look at the out of school suspensions and I'm thinking, you know, attendance and different things, but I couldn't go from one page to, they changed so much.
So what you're saying is to keep the same, well, for all the schools, keep it the same color.
Yeah, it's a lot easier.
Mr.
Got
Chavita?
it.
I was going to say the same thing, but the other thing that I want to, what kind of insubordination are we talking about? I mean, there's so many of them. I just, some of the worst ones, because it, you know, you hear people talk, and I'd like to know.
Well, as an example, if you're at the high school and there is a teacher that's trying to get a student to do a certain thing and it gets out of hand and the student does not respond normally. At one point or another, he's gonna take some action, or she's gonna take some action, and they're gonna write him up as not listening to a certain adult at the campus. I mean, that can be at the classroom, it can be in the hall, it can be in the cafeteria. One example, well, it doesn't happen anymore with phones, but that was common, where they would ask you to pick up the phone and they wouldn't give you the phone, so it's insubordination. Or they would ask you, go to class, and the kid wouldn't listen to you, they would stand there in the hall, which doesn't happen very often, but it could. Those are some of the examples that are.
All right. And some of this insubordination is, what do you do? What's normally the procedure?
In some instances, depending on the severity of the insubordination, hopefully it's just a verbal reprimand where it's not too aggressive because the student was not aggressive enough, but it just depends on the level of what they're doing. If the student is being aggressive towards an adult, then there's other situations or other consequences, which includes out-of-school suspension, which is something that we don't really want. We want to keep the student there, but that could also happen. It just depends on the severity of the insubordination, Mr. Chavira.
Yeah, I went through all that, but I just didn't tolerate it at all. And I just wanted to, we need to put a stop to it, I think, and I see it a whole lot.
I will say one more thing. For example, if there is a student that's being insubordinate, it might be a verbal reprimand the first time. It might be a parent conference the second time. It might be another parent conference the third time. And then finally, the principal says, okay, you're not listening, so at one point or another, we're going to put you in ISS. So there is steps to it.
Dr. Keys?
I see a correlation with Lamar. They're the only elementary school that's in double digits with referrals, disciplinary referrals. And the correlation I see, well, look at the scores they're having. I look at that and go, why are the kids misbehaving? They're bored. When they're bored in class, they start misbehaving. Strong correlation there. And you look at that and go, wow, a double-digit referral here, and they're struggling academically. The kids are bored. When they're bored, they misbehave.
Dr. Rios?
Lamar is a particular case, Dr. Keys. Unfortunately, this year at Lamar, they've had a handful of severe cases of students that, and I don't know why they concentrated at Lamar, but there is a handful of cases of students that have some emotional needs, and we're putting them through the testing. But aside from that, we've also worked with Ms. Patty Brown to get some teacher classroom management training, some structured training that we're going to be providing to that campus to make sure that it isn't some of what you're talking about. It is, if it is, that we address it. However, Lamar did experience this year a handful of emotionally disturbed kids that are right now going through that testing process, and a lot of these referrals are reflective of those students. However, not taking a chance, we did provide for this other training that Ms. Patty Brown set up, and we'll keep going with that.
And if they're diagnosed emotionally disturbed, will they be exempt from testing?
No, sir, not emotionally disturbed does not exempt you from testing. No.
Other questions on the discipline report? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Don't go anywhere, because you're next. Agenda item 7D, House Bill 5, Community and Student Engagement Presentation. Dr. Garza and Ida Gomez.
Okay.
I think this is kind of backed by popular demand. We left off here last month with my questions.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
I am going to pass it on to Mrs. Gomez, but this is something that was brought up last board meeting, and so we're bringing it back up. We did talk to the principals, and they did share the things that they're doing with the actual data that they had at the end of the year. I don't want to take all whatever she's going to say, but that's why we're here. And then she's also going to tell you a little bit of what's going to happen for next year. So, Ms. Gomez?
Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. That is correct. This is a follow-up from last month's meeting. It is a brief summary on House Bill 5 for student and thank you, and community engagement. Thank you. First of all, I'd just like to show very quickly that last year, we didn't start on this until February, spring. In other words, last school year, we got the information very late. So in a matter of 4 months, everything was done. And therefore, we did have 5 campuses that ended up with unacceptable ratings. Being proactive, these were the ratings, by the way, and this is on the school website. Being proactive, we have a timeline, and I'm just going to run from September 16th to the present for now, but you'll see all the information and everything that's happened in just a matter of 4 weeks. Basically, the House bill information was compiled and given to Dr. Garza and Mrs. Garcia on the 16th. A week later, that information was presented to the principals. Most of them had seen bits and pieces, but not everything, everything in one report. At that board meeting, they were asked to go back and meet with their department leaders, with their team leaders, with their leadership teams, and look at the 9 components. And you're going to hear from the rest of my presentation. I'm only going to refer to the 8 components because the 9th one deals with compliance, and federal programs will take care of making sure that we are in compliance with everything that's required. So the 8 components, they were asked to meet and come up with activities, strategies, and events that would help them reach a recognized or an exemplary rating. On the 27th, the principals were sent all their information along with blank templates to be used for this school year. So they could already start filling in because, as you've seen, we've already participated in parades. We've already had open houses. We've already had a lot of events that sometimes you forget about in May. So they've already started compiling their information under each category. During the 2 weeks of September 30th through October 10th, the campuses did get together and they did compile their data, and that was sent over to our department, hence tonight's presentation. Again, just to reiterate, the campus principals met with their leadership teams. They reviewed the data from the House Bill 5 submission. They were instructed by Dr. Garza to review the ratings, develop strategies, or list events and activities that would allow them to improve in each category or the categories that they fell below, recognized. The principals submitted their action plans or strategies for 2014-15 school year to my department. We compile the information for you. Now there's 10 slides of information that are coming up, and they all follow the same format. Unless requested, I'm not going to read each slide, but I do want to show you the format. For instance, you'll see that Darrell High School will be focusing on community and parent involvement, second language acquisition, and digital learning environment. Those are the 3 they scored low on. And it proceeds. The freshman is focusing on other components. Middle school, San Felipe. You'll start seeing the elementary campuses, Buena Vista and Calderon, and I'll go back to any of these in just a moment. I just wanted to show you the format. You have Ruben Chavita. Garfield and some of the other elementaries decided to focus on all 8 of them, even though they did meet recognized or exemplary. And in the reading, you can see that they're actually saying, follow the same things that we did this year, but add 1 or 2 things to it. Dr. Lonnie Green, Lamar, North Heights, and Irene Cardwell. So having said that, let me go back. I'll pick Delray Middle School, for instance, for a secondary campus. Under community and parent involvement, their leadership team decided that they would increase informational parent meetings on testing, and they would hold them at a different time of the day. If you remember, that's one of the questions on the survey at the end of the year, that parents feel they don't get enough information on testing. Informational meetings specifically for the EOCs. Career days, informational meetings on testing specifically for EOC again. Having Laughlin Air Force Base partner up with them. And I know, Mr. Mesa, you had mentioned earlier something about the dropout preventions. The campuses were all given some suggestions that come out of the Texas Association of School Administrators, and that was one of the big things, was the dropout prevention. So they were provided with multiple lists of activities and things that they could do, and one of them, of course, was to have mentors. You need to have the community mentoring these students. They'll go on and say that they're having a literacy night throughout the school year. They'll invite celebrity readers through the ELA department, and they want to develop a principal's positive postcard to send home. They feel that these components will get them to that recognized or exemplary rating. Second language acquisition, you'll see that they're asking for bilingual dictionaries available in all the content areas, instructional aids to support the bilingual students, using iStations for interventions, Study Island for interventions, the STAR Renaissance for accuracy level of fluency, accelerated readers, bilingual specialists modeling in the classrooms, and developing cross-curricular vocabulary sets. In digital learning, they want to improve their Wi-Fi connectivity throughout the campus now that they're a one-to-one initiative for the third year. Training for staff implementation on the e-books, the e-textbooks, training for the students on their e-textbooks and assignments, full-time technology staff, faster turnaround for troubleshooting. A lot of these I also saw at the freshmen at the high school. I think they all go together with the one-to-one initiative. If I was to pick an elementary campus, for instance, you would see that Garfield did record something in every category. All of this information has been printed up for you, and I do have it on a PowerPoint slide for you if you'd like to read it, or I can go through it at this moment. Okay, that's coming now. Okay, I'll go on. That pretty much tells you what was turned into us from each campus. They really had the flexibility of deciding if they wanted to focus on a couple of areas or on all 9. Their leadership teams met during that 2-week period. They all had to meet. There was no guidance. We didn't give them the template and say, here, fill it out. We gave them a blank one and said, here are your ideas. We gave them what the Texas Association of School Administrators said. Here are some excellent things you can do. Now you have to make it your own. Because again, somebody mentioned earlier that if teachers aren't buying into this or don't have any input, it's very difficult for them to say, yes, we will have PTOs, or yes, we will have celebrity readers invited through my ELA. It's very important for them to say, I do have the time to have a celebrity reader in the classroom and so forth. You'll see the next slide talks about spring to August of 2015 and what we plan to do. In March, the parent surveys will be distributed to each campus. They will be collected. This will give us enough time in case the campus does not have their 30% surveys returned. In April, we will be forming citizens committees, a little bit different than last year. What we'd like to do is actually have a committee for each component. In the high school, we can actually double up, and in elementary, they would be individual committees. You'll see here that the committees, and this of course is in the talking stages with the principals, but we'd like to have a director, a campus principal, a parent, a teacher. At the secondary level, we'd like to include a student and of course a community member. It'll make more sense in just a moment. We need to develop a schedule for the meetings to take place in April, and then in May we would actually like to have the meetings. In June, this information would come to the school board as required by law, and in August, we would make it public on the website, and we would also submit to TEA. You'll see here the House Bill 5 committees that I was referring to. There are 8 House Bill 5 components. For the purpose of time and management, because I think that was maybe one of the problems last year, was there was just a lot of information to go through in a very short period. I would like to combine fine arts and wellness and PE. Wellness and PE is 1. So you only have 4 secondary campuses, so that would be 8 components to look at. 4 for fine arts, 4 for wellness, combine them, they would have 8. That one committee would look at all secondary fine arts and all secondary wellness. So you don't have different people with different backgrounds looking at different things. We would look at the community and parental involvement and tie that in with GT. 21st century workforce development and the dropout prevention strategies, and the second language acquisition with the digital learning environment. Elementary is a little more difficult in the sense that there are 8 elementary campuses. To ask a committee to look at 16 components is a lot of information. So I would just like to come up with 8 different committees. This is a spreadsheet of what it would look like. For instance, secondary, Fine Arts and Wellness, I would like it to be led by Mr. Nunez and Rick Smith. They would be the lead experts in those two departments. We would assign a principal, and then you can see all the pink area is because we don't have a teacher, parent, member, or student assigned at this point. But it would go on. We're in the preliminary steps, and this is exactly where our lead experts would come in. You'll see an elementary, in elementary, again, they would have double duty, but it would be for a single component. All of this information has been compiled for you. This is a timeline of the entire year, and I don't know where it would be here. One of the questions that had come up at the last board meeting was the parent component. We have compiled a CD for each of you with all of the information from the entire year. This includes every campus survey, every component that was rated, all the different categories. There are multiple. But you'll see here at the bottom that all the parent comments have been identified by campus. We did have two parents in the district that had a lot to say. I did meet personally with both of those parents back in August and shared that information with the principals. Other than that, nobody requested a face-to-face meeting. But again, this CD can be put in your boxes, and it does have all the information in it. I was hoping I could pull it up to show you, but it doesn't look like I can. Oh, there it is. I told you, it's a lot of information. You have, for instance, if you pulled up Del Rio High School, well, maybe not. Yeah, it's going. Under Del Rio High School, you'll have the entire, all the ratings, everything that they did, how they rated, the entire, everything's there at your disposal from last year. How they got a 4 rating. What is it that the campus did specific? You also have, that's for all the schools, you also have the comments from the parents, you have the committee survey, you have the Title I data survey. You also have the PowerPoint somewhere in here. Here's the PowerPoint from last year. And really, we just wanted to put it all into one CD, so any questions that would come up by popular demand could continue on.
Oh, there'll be more questions.
Okay.
Can we go back to the very
Yes, sir.
beginning of your slide?
To which one, sir?
The very beginning of your presentation.
Yes.
I don't remember where. Can you put it on the,
Yes. ¿Dónde está, Dr. Anderson? That one, ¿verdad? No, that one. I'm not sure where. I'll go down.
okay, no, okay,
I'll start at the beginning.
yeah, okay.
Okay. Timeline,
Next.
last year's.
Next.
Ratings, this year. That was only from September to now.
Okay, next. Okay. All right, so this is process, right? Campus principals submitted their action plans or strategies for the 14-15 year to federal and state programs. Who compiled the information. The following strategy focus on improving schools' rating. Many of these items, the items that you're referring to are the previous sentence, right? The strategies, events, and activities?
Yes.
Okay, so they're in the CIPs?
In many of the CIPs, we've only started receiving the updated CIPs, and Friday, I believe, I worked with the elementary principals with some of the ones that showed up, and today I received the high school's campus improvement plan. They're coming in, and I've noticed that some of these activities are embedded into their campus improvement plan.
So are any of the, okay, CIPs have an implementation date of when?
It's ongoing.
The CIP is ongoing?
Yes, sir.
We are going to approve the district performance objectives today, and it reflects back to the actual CIP. The CIP is created, it should be done when the campus performance objectives are done, but it's a working document. I think that's what she wanted to say. It's a working document that you can always change it, always work with it. And I'm not sure if this is your question, is what they're doing with the HB5 engagement that they're saying they're doing is in the CIP? Yes. I'm going to say that very confidently, and if it's not, we need to make sure that it's incorporated in there, because we are saying that that is part of it. It is a working document, and we always need to go back and adjust to that.
But the CIPs aren't current yet, because the ones on the website are from the previous year.
As soon as we get this approved, we will upload the new ones for the 2015.
And if I could answer that, the safeguards were just released, and the principals did have to go back and make sure that they address every safeguard that was missed. As Ms. Garcia mentioned, they do have to follow the TASE process, which is very lengthy, and that's been, I'm not going to say the holdup, but that's been a lot of the conversations taking place at the campus.
Mr. Mesa, did you have a comment? Mr. Mesa has a
Question for you.
Yes, sir.
One of the reasons I sit on this board, somebody turned it off, is because it happened to me, and I want to safeguard so this won't happen to any other principal. Back then, when I was working as a middle school principal, the board members were misled, and they were told we're reassigning him because he has too many dropouts, which we still have the problem of PIMS, miscoding of PIMS. And this is why I keep asking, that I still have questions about the dropout, because if a student, let's say 6th grade, it happens mainly in secondary.
Yes, sir.
If they leave the campus, go somewhere else, and if it's not coded right, it's a dropout. Now, they might end up in San Angelo, might end up in Abilene, but if somebody doesn't code it right, it ends up as a... So, I ran for the board, and I'm here, and I'm going to be here a long time, hopefully, God willing, with the help. But I thought, I'm going to go in and do a better job, because they were misled that it was a dropout problem. There was no dropout problem. It was a miscoding, and it's still happening. What is there to safeguard PIMS, the coding of PIMS? Because we just recently have a PIMS coordinator for a position now on this, in this district, that is assigned to correct those problems that we still have. What is there to safeguard?
I can tell you that as a previous principal, very early on, after the first 5 days of school, I would get a huge report that had maybe 300 names on it, and they would say, you need to find these students. Well, of course, those are the students that we consider not coming back. I mean, they're still there because they rolled
Ms.
over.
Gomez, and let me apologize in advance. Maybe I'm the one who's confused. The tie-in to the agenda item of the student engagement.
Right, because dropout is one of the indicators, dropout prevention. And we still have problems with PIMS, coding of PIMS.
I can tell you that we had to account for every leaver, every name. Where are they? And it dwindles down, Mr. Mesa, from Friday to Friday to Friday. The PIMS coordinator of that department would contact us and say, where are they? You've gone from 50 to 30 to 20 to 10. Every now and then, we'd end up with 1 or 2, because you're right, it is reported. But that's what we did at the campus level. I can't speak for what's going on in the PIMS.
So is there dropping out, it's being followed up on?
I'm sorry.
Is there dropping,
No,
let's say withdrawing, not dropping out. If they withdraw?
No. Let me just tell you the process. What happens is that every principal here knows what the date is. It's the last Friday of September.
Okay, I have another question from a board member, and I'm just trying to make this clear for everybody. What is the connection to this agenda item?
I do believe there is a factor that says dropout.
Okay, can you pull it up just so everybody can?
Right there. Right there. Right there.
Right here.
That's one of the components.
It's dropout prevention strategies.
All right, so we're talking about a very specific component.
Well,
Okay,
so what happens is every principal here knows exactly what date that is, and what happens is there is a file that's sent out there, and we want to make sure that every student is accounted for. If they're in another city, if they are in the base, like for example, the base people, it's a little bit of hard time because all of a sudden they leave and we do not have records of them, and we search and we search and we search. We make sure, we've been making sure for the past, I don't know how many years, to make sure that that percentage at the, especially at the middle school, because that is the one that's accounted for, is below that percentage to make sure that we are not in a situation where we don't want to be. So there is constant monitoring of that, Mr. Mesa. I know that Mrs. Garcia and myself constantly talk to the principal to make sure that by this date you have all these kids accounted for, constant conversations, and they show me the list, and we go from there.
There's always corrections every year, right, at the end of the year, that there might be some that somehow
Of course, yes.
fell through, and let's say they're counted as dropouts, and then somebody has to clean it up,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir. The difficulty here is that big chunk of kids we have at the beginning that are no-shows, especially at secondary. And yes, there is constant cleaning up throughout the year until the last submission of PEIMS.
In the past, the difference was between a dropout and the leaver.
Yeah, the legal records, that's what.
I think we're getting into some real minute detail. I get from several board members that we're kind of straying off.
It's dropout prevention, I don't care what you call it, it's dropout prevention. It's one of the indicators. And we still have problems with PEIMS. That's why I was asking that question. I mean, we assigned a PEIMS coordinator to alleviate those situations from happening. But that's an indicator. You can't skip it.
And I assure you, Mr. Mesa, that we're not. We're not. We're keeping
Well,
track.
I don't want the board to skip it because it's an indicator. We have to deal with it.
Okay?
So when do I get my CD?
I was gonna put it in your box for break time.
Oh,
You
okay.
can have it now, they're ready to go.
Sure.
Okay.
And we'll also make that PowerPoint available.
Yes, Mr. Luna already asked me for it.
Okay.
Thank you.
That way I can do my homework and come back with more questions.
I just want to reassure the board that we are definitely looking at this in a very proactive manner. No excuses, everybody's more aware, there's a lot more communication. And like I said, the correlation between this and the CIP, I think is going to make our ratings a lot higher at the end of the year.
Looks like a very good plan.
Thank you.
Other questions? We'll come back. Not tonight, but we'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, agenda item 7E, update on teacher/community forums. This actually was requested as an update of sorts, maybe a question and answer. Mrs. Martinez Lozano had asked for it on the agenda, and this is part of an ongoing initiative by the superintendent in terms of improving communication and engagement among the teaching faculty and other staff. And I think Mrs. Haynes had probably also mentioned at some point that she wanted to update. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Mr. Garabedian, and members of the board. Last year, when the community engagement was listed as one of the goals for the superintendent, there's a couple things that we did. We had a couple presentations to the community, and I visited with the faculties at each campus twice. I do my weekly blog and my, obviously, updates to the board. And this year, we were looking at a way to connect more with the teachers and see what we could do. So it was discussed over the summer with a number of teachers what we could do, and it was suggested by a couple of teachers, and I'll give credit specifically to Ms. Bautista and Ms. Hargrove, about having small meetings with teachers at each campus to hear what was happening and just what concerns there were at the campus. The great thing about that is that after we visited with every elementary campus, for example, we were able to identify some trends that caused us to move resources in a way that we could meet those needs. For example, we have planned on replacing the elementary computers, the teacher stations, sometime this summer. It became painfully obvious after we visited with most of the elementary campuses that they were in need of them now. So we I brought that concern back to the cabinet. We talked with Yana County, make sure the money was available, with Mr. Garcias to make sure that technicians would be available. And today, we're gonna bring you an item to approve the purchase of those computers so that we can hopefully have them in place by January. But as we went from campus to campus, it became obvious that that was a huge concern. The teachers feel good that we've listened to them. Another one was at Lamar. Lamar was one campus that identified discipline, and we talked about the needs of the emotionally disturbed students and just the need to bring something to the campus. So I called in Ms. Brown and Maribel Flores, the principal, and we came up with a plan on how to address those issues. Issues with air conditioning, with resources. It's just been a wonderful experience to have that connection with the teachers and hear some of the issues that need to be addressed. I always take the chief instructional officer with me so that we can collaborate. And it isn't, I tell the teachers from the beginning, I'm not here to hear what's going well. I'd love to hear it, but I really just want to hear what concerns you have and how we can address them. It has just really been a wonderful experience, and I hope to continue it. Tomorrow will be the last meeting with the last campus that's left, but it's already paid huge dividends. The next thing that we're doing is we established a teacher communication council. We will meet the third Wednesday of the month after school. Every campus will nominate one teacher, and again, the idea is to come visit with the superintendent and the cabinet and just bring concerns that we have to address so that we can keep it ongoing. As much as I love getting around to all the campuses, I think today I was at Garfield at 7:15. It's just hard, one, to get out there every morning, and two, to have the teachers come in, so that if we can continue the dialogue by having the teachers bring their concerns to us, then it'll be great. Now, we'll be going back to the campuses again towards the end of the semester or the beginning of the second semester to continue with that first piece, but having that ongoing discussion with the Teacher Communication Council will be just a good source of information. And the last one is the community presentations. I've asked our assistant, Ms. Falcon, to get with all the community organizations in town and see if they can schedule me to make presentations. To date, I've made 3 presentations, and we have another one tomorrow. I met with the Breakfast Club at the Ramada Inn. That was the first one, followed up with a presentation to Commissioner's Court, which is nice. I'd never had the opportunity to attend one of those meetings. And the San Felipe Lions Club was last Wednesday. I think tomorrow is the host Lions Club. And so we have a lot of these presentations, and it's just an opportunity to share with the community what we're doing, because a lot of times they might hear of the volleyball team making it to the playoffs, or the fact that we have the #1 speller in the state of Texas, those kind of things. But the day-to-day activities that go on with construction, with instruction, with just everything that we do, it really is an eye-opener for them, and I've received tremendous feedback, encouraging feedback about things that they just didn't know were happening. So we're trying to get the word out to every corner of the community about what we're doing, and at the same time, also hear concerns that they have so we can address them. And it's been a fast-paced semester. It's hard to believe that we're already in the middle of the second 6 weeks, but it's been wonderful, and it's something that I thank those that have come to the meetings in the mornings, thank those organizations that have opened the door to us, and I think it's been a positive experience all around.
Questions, Ms. Lozano?
Not really a question, just a comment. Thank you, Dr. Rios, for reaching out to our teachers. I know that one of the things that we had heard during the election time was that there really wasn't a forum for teachers to come and voice their concerns. So I really do appreciate you taking the time first to go out and reach them and meet them where they're at, but also opening your doors. I'm going to assume the meetings are going to be here.
Yes.
And I definitely do invite all the teachers who have concerns to go to that key contact person at your campus, bring those concerns to that person so that they can share them with Dr. Rios, so that they can be addressed, because we definitely do want to hear from you. But again, thank you, Dr. Rios, for doing that.
Any comments or questions, Mr. Chavita?
And also, I like what you did as far as the teachers selecting their own teacher to represent them. And that makes a lot of difference instead of us assigning somebody or the administration.
Anything else on this item? Okay, thank you. Okay, it's about 8:15 PM and we are on the consent agenda, which is a couple pages long. I don't know if we want to pull anything, but I have a couple quick questions. We could probably dispense with those if the board's okay. Yes, sir.
I got one,
Okay.
and I don't want to pull anything, I just want to,
You want to, okay. All right. Is it okay if I ask my questions?
go ahead.
Okay. And there's several pages here, so we just kind of follow along under 8G, number 2. So, Ms. Smith, is Michelle Smith here? I think the question might be for her. Okay. On G2, about the contract with Skyward, and I know, Ms. Valdez, this was in the Finance Committee, and for some reason I didn't ask. That is correct, right? The date we are being asked to approve something that would not actually happen for more than a year, right? 2015?
Gianna has the answer.
Gianna County does, or Michelle does?
Well, we both do, we've worked on it together, but that is correct. The actual project completion would be December 2015 into January 2016. However, the project would start as soon as the purchase order is approved
Okay.
with a list of what they call cleanup activities in order to ensure that we can transition and have one single merged database.
Okay. And there isn't a license fee on that, right?
No, sir.
Okay. That was it on that item. Thanks.
Mr. Garabedian, on that particular issue, one of the reasons, it's not that there's so much cleanup that we have to wait a year and a half as much as it is that the site has to be shut down.
Yes, sir.
And so we have to do it when kids aren't in school and
Okay.
teachers aren't in school.
I was just a little confused
And
with
that was actually the first day they have available to work with us.
Okay.
Yes, they had a date in July available, but we're in session in July. We have everything from the summer food program ongoing and summer school. We're still busy in the summer. So they had, I believe it was like the third week of July, which didn't work for us, and then December. So.
All right. A real quick question for Mrs. Garcia on agenda item G4 under consent. That contract, which is on 159. Just give me a second to find it. It's on the second page of that contract. I guess that's just a typo by the person who produced the contract. Under description of services, the first cell is staff development elementary, then it says staff development secondary, but the first bullet says elementary teachers.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, it should be, Ms. Horton's gonna be working with the elementary teachers as well as the secondary
So
teachers.
that's just a,
It's a typo.
I guess.
Yes.
And then, just for the board's, that's it, Ms. Garcia. And then just for the board's clarification, I did miss a couple of very minor edits on the minutes, but it's not anything of substance. Ms. Falcone, do you have a copy with you? Okay, on the minutes, on page 39, those minutes. It's my fault. Sorry, I thought I caught everything. It's there in the middle, right under the paragraph where it says the design development phase, and then it gives the person who motioned, Chavita and Mesa, and then it says Martinez Lozano. We didn't put voted aye. See where it's missing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on page 49, of the minutes. Again, it was my fault. On page 49 towards the top where it says the contract will be paid with the approved, should be approved state CTE budget. Those are they're just two grammar problems, just for someone reading it to not be confused. That was it. That's all the questions I had. You had a question, Mr. Chavita?
Yes, we, anyways, on the buses that we're purchasing, what do we do with the old buses? I just,
Let me call him the Director of Transportation. I asked him to be here. There he is.
would you come up here, please?
Come on up to the podium.
The reason I'm asking this is because we got so many buildings, and it gets to a point where it's hard to upkeep them. Grass growing, weeds, and all that type of thing. And I just wonder, man, we got a bunch of buses out there that are not being utilized. I know that at one time I asked the same question, and you said somebody said that it was for parts and that type of thing. But it gets to a point where, we need to get rid of some of those buses. They just standing, doing nothing,
Yeah, I think,
insurance and all that type of thing.
I'm not, how can I say this? Some of these buses have been there prior before I got there. They said the auction's gonna be offered in certain quarterly times of the year. I think it's coming up in November. And so Mr. Sotelo had missed the date the last time it was open. So we're moving forward, hopefully in November, to put them up for bid. And yeah, it's an eyesore, big time. And we're not using them for parts because they're too old. The oldest bus we're using right now is a 99. Those are 1995s, 94 buses. They even got an ambulance back there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I can see they get outdated. You can even use the parts, yes.
nah, you can't,
So I think we need to,
clean up.
and do we keep them insured in case that we use them?
We got them on the auction. There's like about 4 of them, I think. They're still from prior auctions, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, definitely we need to get rid of them.
Thank you. I just wondered.
Dr. Keys, you had a question?
It's like a graveyard out there.
Anything else on the consent agenda? Any questions for clarification? Okay, well, I think we've asked all our questions on the consent agenda, so if there are no further questions, is there a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda? Ms. Lozano has motion, Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries. So if you will skip ahead, that brings us to donations, right here. That brings us to the time of the evening when we recognize that long list of people who donated to the district. So is there a board member who wishes to do that?
Sure thing.
Mr. Overfeld, go ahead.
Alrighty. This evening's donations, the following are all to the Del Rio Middle School Palm Squad. Alberto's Auto Sales for $50, Brown Nissan of Del Rio for $100, Comet Cleaners in the amount of $25, Deborah Manning in the amount of $100, Del Rio Towing and Wrecker Service $100, Diva Vasquez $224, DSCO Locating and Distributing $50, Genovivo Robles, and I butchered that, I'm sorry, $250, Jose Santos Gomez Arispe $100, Key Finance $80, the Law Offices of Jesus Dovalina $200, Marcelo Torres $303, Martha Urbano $23, Olivia Perez $250, Rosalva Arispe $20, Rosa Hernandez $100, Sergio Hernandez $200, and Skillet's Restaurant $50. Approved Money Center $250 to Lamar Elementary. Del Rio Rams Football Club Incorporated $2,901.04 to the Del Rio High School football. Russell and Margie Reese $25 to Buena Vista Elementary. Target Take Charge of Education Program $82.49 to Ruben Chavita Elementary. The Spot In Pro Shop, $118 to Ruben Chavita Elementary and $158 to North Heights Elementary. Volleyball Booster Club, $1,328.46 to the Del High School Volleyball. And then non-monetary donations. Approved Money Center school supplies and lunch boxes valued at $150 to Lamar Elementary. Buena Vista PTO, a microwave and DVD VCR player valued at $169 to Buena Vista Elementary. Del Rio Rotary, school supplies valued at $200 to Lamar. McDonald's, instructional school supplies and coupons valued at $200 to Lamar. Mr. and Miss Pedro Camarillo, an eye wash station valued at $84 to the San Felipe Memorial Middle School Science class. And then HEB gift cards valued at $500 for Literacy Night to Dr. Fermin Calderon Elementary.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Overfelt, and of course, thank you to all those individuals and businesses and organizations that donated to the students of the district. That brings us to agenda item 9, citizens to be heard. Anyone? No?
Mr. President,
Yes.
we've been at it for almost two and a half hours.
All right. Mr. Overfelt is subtly implying that we should take a break, so 10 minutes, 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
10 minutes, 5 minutes? Okay, I so move we take a 5-minute recess. Mr. Mesa has second, all in favor? All right, 5-minute recess. We are back. We left off, we got past the citizen comments. There were no people who had signed up for citizen comments. We're on agenda item 10. Just to mention.
Mr. President, before we get started, can I bring just two items real quick, like before? And that's recognize, because it's not there, to recognize the band and our track team for doing such an outstanding job. Cross country, I mean. Thank you.
Okay. Just a point of clarification, we have at least two people who are from out of town, right, that are presenting tonight. We have Efrain Sanchez from TAMIU and Mr. Graves from Uvalde. I believe, Mr. Graves, you're from Uvalde, right? Yeah. I don't know how the board feels, if we would want to dispense with those two items so this gentleman can get home. One's got 3 hours to go, the other's got an hour and a half. So we'll just take them in the order. So we'll bypass 10 for the moment, and that'll bring us to agenda item 11B, which is consideration to approve an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between Texas A&M International University and San Felipe Del Rio CISD. Dr. Garza and Efrain Sanchez are presenting.
Mr. Garbedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board, we have a switch here. Efrain Sanchez is not here, but we do have some representatives from Texas A&M, TAMIU, and they will make a presentation.
Good evening, board members. My name's Linda Maldonado. I'm the Associate Director with the High School Equivalency Program at Texas A&M International University. Accompanying me tonight is Annette Flores, who's our Outreach and Retention Specialist for our Del Rio site here in Del Rio, and Mr. Rafael Chansey, who's our Outreach and Retention Specialist in Eagle Pass, Texas. I'll pass the mic to Mr. Chansey, who will be giving the presentation, but of course, if you have any questions, I'll be more than glad to answer them. Thank you for including us in the agenda and moving up the item for discussion. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, good evening. I heard someone say good morning earlier. So. Let me give you a little background on our high school equivalency program. And it's a grant that Texas A&M International University receives from federal government. And we're here to assist the migrant and seasonal farm worker of the community. And the program begins with youth 17 years of age and up. And it's an excellent program. It's an alternative for those students that are leavers from the school district, and definitely it gives us an opportunity to assist them and get a GED or the equivalency. the equivalency itself, it's a great asset to the person that gets that certificate, because it's an opportunity for them to get a job, to enter employment, and, or a better employment. And also, it gives them an opportunity to go into higher education, join the military, or possibly a vocational career. The program has been in existence with the university for 9 years, so it is a very good program. And it's here to serve the community, and also for those students that leave the high school, it's an opportunity for them, a second door, an opportunity for them to continue progress. And if you have any questions, we're here to assist.
Questions?
So do I understand you correctly, it's for the migrant and the seasonal workers, correct?
Yes.
Other questions? Okay, if there's no questions, the recommendation.
It is a recommendation and administration that the board approve the memorandum of understanding for the Texas A&M International University.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motion, Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll move again to agenda item 12A, consideration award RFP number 15-02, additions and renovations to the Walter Leverman Ram Stadium Toilet and Concession Rooms Project. Mr. Salinas is not here. Mr. Graves and Ms. Parker are presenting.
Good evening. I think I got it right this time.
If you hold on, Mr. Graves.
Okay.
We're gonna have Tony do the introduction.
Okay.
And then pass out the paperwork.
Mr. President, board members, Dr. Rios, good evening. The competitive sealed proposals were publicly opened, and each proposal was read aloud by our architect at 3 p.m. on October 16th for the Walter Leverman Ram Stadium Toilet and Concession Rooms project. After careful consideration of all the selection criteria, such as but not limited to the monetary amount, time of completion, experience with similar projects of work, financial resources, etc., it was determined by Mr. Graves and Associates and the administration that the best value to the district would be the selection of Frontera Construction of Del Rio, Texas for the Walter Leverman Ram Stadium Toilet and Concession Room project additions. And we have a PowerPoint slide if you guys would like to review the plans, elevations, equipment, layout in the kitchen, and at the end is the bid tabulation if you're interested in seeing it.
As it pleases the board, you want to go through the...
Okay.
Okay. All right, seems like the design especially.
Okay. Here's the site layout. The additions will be to the west of the existing Ram Stadium. The women and men's additions will be very similar. It'll add additional toilet rooms in addition to the concession stand. This project also includes renovations to the existing spaces. This plan shows the equipment layout where such as coffee pots, microwaves, popcorn machine, refrigerators, the ice machine, work tables, the 4 registers that'll be on each side are located. It's just the exact mirror image of the other side. Elevations, we're staying with the traditional exterior materials, which is stucco. There is a quick section of the addition and how it'll tie into the existing structure. And if at any time you need to stop me for questions, please do.
Here's an interior elevation. You can notice the difference between the women's restroom and the men's restroom has gray tile. Here's some perspectives of the interiors. And your bid tabulation.
Questions? Dr. Keys?
We've done a lot of work on Letterman Stadium over the last several years. The turf, for example, now the bathroom, the concession stands. My question is, Ms. Parker, is when can we consider doing something for the audience, the home side, and put some backrest on those? I mean, I go to other stadiums, they'll have a backrest. I go, how neat. It'd be great for graduation or football season that our fans here can have a backrest. And that's hopefully, that's in the near future to make a presentation about.
Okay. Note taken, sir.
Thank you.
That has been brought up before.
Good.
Okay, do we have questions on this item? Mr. Bluerfeld?
Just going back to the original design and what we had approved, remind me, the concession was gonna become air conditioned?
Yes.
Okay, on that, just the question is, it's gonna have glass that's gonna come out and then the big roll down doors for security there, but with all, during a football game and all those doors open, is it gonna be able to cool down? Cause let's face it, you throw all those things open and it's just gonna be blowing air right into the open there, so I was just curious if that was really.
I feel very confident, in the fall. You get into track season and you get into a 105-degree day. It'll still cool, but it, won't be like, 70 degrees or anything, but it'll sure help.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Other questions? Mr. Mesa?
Mr. Grant, could you show us the electrical panel? I think originally that was, we couldn't do anything about it, so we were kind of.
Right.
Could you show us where that location is?
Floor plan. On the right-hand side, of the lower section on the existing building, those are all the electrical panels in that, north concession area. And we have a cage with, expanded middle with, doors that open up over those panels. Right now, they're just open, so we're building those behind the cage. And you can open up those doors and you have the clearance in front, or the code required clearance in front of all those panels.
Ms. Parker, could you point to it, like, the point to the?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Those right there. All of that area on that wall.
I know, there, oops. Where is the map? So it'll be this, along this wall's where the cage, you can see the
Right.
front of the fencing right there, and
Okay.
there you go.
There's really no way to relocate it, it's something that has to stay in there.
Other questions? If there's no questions, then recommendation, we're ready for the recommendation?
Yes, sir.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the San Felipe Del Rio Consolidated Independent School District Board of Trustees authorize the administration to negotiate a contract with Frontera Construction of Del Rio, Texas, for the additions and renovations to the Walter Lieberman Ram Stadium Toilet and Concession Room project in accordance with the RFP 1502 and a base bid in the amount not to exceed $785,500, and authorize the superintendent of schools to sign the contract.
Heard the recommendation, I so move to accept. Is there a second? Dr. Keys is second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries. Okay, so,
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
thank you, Mr. Graves, Ms. Parker. Okay, now we go back to the order where we left off. So that brings us to agenda item 10, administration. A, consideration of the 2014-2015 superintendent evaluation instrument. Now, what was included in your packet was the instrument that you probably remember. It was approximately this time last year. The board had a workshop that took better part of a Saturday morning and created the actual instrument that they felt comfortable with. All I did in preparation to see if you wanted to do something with it today or if you wanted to commit to another workshop is, as you know, last month the board approved the superintendent performance goals. So those were placed on the instrument. The date was changed accordingly because it's not 2013-14, it's now 2014-2015. There were a couple of grammar, just kind of style, nothing of substance. I'll show you actually exactly. And then just a page to sign, because several people pointed out after the fact last year that we didn't actually have a sign page. So to get everybody's input, if you would turn to that part in your packet where there is the draft of that instrument. The way it's spaced, this is 8 pages. I know that everyone's aware that the 2013-14 instrument is on the web page, and to save on paper, I didn't want to include both because I knew all of you would look at it. And on that first page, everything is the same. There was a line that said, in establishing performance goals, the board consults the TASB worksheet. That wasn't really necessary, so that was one of the edits that came off. Just following the same form on page 2, the performance goals that were approved last month, they were put in there in the bullets. Page 3 is also that format for the goals relative to District Goal 2 and then District Goal 3, the goals that were approved relative to that goal. And then on the following pages, which are 5 through 8, that's the assessment of the ongoing responsibilities. Verbatim what was there last year. For clarification, here at the top, I don't know why it just seemed odd. On the 2013-14, it said derived from the job description. So I put in derived from the superintendent's job description. Again, it was just a grammar style thing. On a lot of those indicators, like A, B, we had put the board shall see, and it should say the Board of Trustees shall see. So that was nothing of substance. So it goes through like that through 6, 7, through the paper here, 8. And then just, I found an example on one of the TASB, I think it was one of the TASB things about just a signature page. So the question really is, what do you want to do? Are you comfortable with this instrument that we created last year that's been updated with the date? Do you want to come back? That is certainly an option. It's been discussed to sit down again in a workshop and go through it. Those goals don't change. They've been approved already. So you're looking at like the instrument, the format of the instrument. Dr. Rios was aware of the instrument. He participated last year as well. He saw the draft of this one. So as it pleases the board, what do you want to do?
Just a comment?
Dr. Rios has a comment?
I'm perfectly fine with the instrument. I don't have a problem with it. I don't know if that helps you make your decision, but I'm okay with it. So it's whatever y'all desire.
I think it's great.
No, the performance goals, that's what we approved last month. So that's why they were put on there. In other words, last year, right, we agreed this is the instrument we wanted to use, taking the template from TASB. So if you were to look at the one from last year, it's just this year's goals, performance goals for the superintendent have been put in there. The date has been changed, 2014-15 as opposed to 13-14, and those couple of stylized issues. But it's up to you. I mean, if you want to, you know me, we want to do a Saturday, that's fine. We can do a Saturday or another evening or whatever, or if you're comfortable with the answer. We spent, I think, 5 or 6 hours last year hammering it out. I know Mr. Mesa was very specific with some of the bullet points, and I think Ms. Haynes as well. Superintendent has had his input. So as we can approve the instrument tonight, or we can agree to come back and go through the entire thing.
Let's go ahead and do it tonight.
Do it tonight? I'm fine with tonight. Everybody fine with it? And that way we can move on? Okay, then, the other thing, just to be clear, we're following the commissioner's process. I think we know that, right? We made sure that the district goals are what we want, and then from there, there's superintendent's performance goals. We've had the required training, and so we're following the policy that links to that, because according to board policy, we either follow the commissioner's process or we develop one of our own. So what I'll do is, since we used a very specific motion last year, I'll go ahead and read that motion using this year's date, and then we'll go from there. Does that sound okay? Yes, and to Mr. Messa's point, in the motion, you know, that it's applied with the commissioner's rules, and that includes the commissioner's worksheet. And on the face of this document, on page 1, you'll notice that it very clearly says, the second line, it says, in assessing performance on both the goals and the ongoing responsibilities, the board consults data provided by the superintendent on the commissioner's recommended student performance domain worksheet, data referred to. So that's all incorporated both by policy, the motion that I would give, plus the instrument. And to that point, last year, the commissioner updated it in November. So when we say, you know, the commissioner's worksheet, it's clearly understood that if the commissioner updates it, say, in December, which they might, right, and that's what gets used. Everybody understand that? I mean, that's public record. That's easy to find, the commissioner's worksheet. Okay, well, let me find thought I earmarked the page. That's why I carry the notebook around. Someday it'll be online. Don't hold my breath. Okay. Okay, so for agenda item 10A, consideration of the 2014-2015 Superintendent Evaluation Instrument, I so move to adopt the 2014-2015 Superintendent Evaluation Instrument as presented, and to use said instrument according to the Commissioner of Education's recommended procedures as outlined in San Felipe Del Rio CISD Board Policy BJCD Legal, Local, and Exhibit. Is there a second? Dr. Keys is second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous. Motion carries. That brings us to agenda item 10B. It's 9 o'clock, so I'm going to be brief on this one, a lot more brief than I thought I would be. Agenda item 10B, Guide for Standard Operating Procedures and Internal Controls. We left off a month ago with a discussion about how the internal controls, that's what we just simply referred to them as, that they were kind of, they weren't complete, thank you. And everybody, I think, has had an opportunity to receive a copy of those controls, either electronically. I got mine in paper form. So the main reason for bringing this up is to make sure that everybody knows that they're available for board review. It's like 200 pages. So Ms. Valdez, do you want to just kind of tell us very briefly? If you request one. And Ms. Falcone, on agenda 10A, I did say motion carries, correct?
Yes.
Okay, unanimous motion carries.
The manual was completed, the electronic version, and it's, compared to the previous version, it's probably 250 pages more than what we used to have, but it's a very detailed manual. We did complete it, and I did print it out. However, we were going to ask the board whether they would prefer a printed version or an electronic version. And we could do that tonight, or I'm not sure if Dr. Rios would be sending out in the board communique, a request. But we do have it available. We can put it on CD. It is available internally. We do have a link internally in the district where employees can access, I'm not sure what it's called, but like a internal file, because it is a very big file, so we wouldn't be able to email it. But we've tried using samples from other districts, tried compiling it in an order that TEA has outlined in their FASRAG as what internal controls should include. It's also, again, we've tried to make it as reflective as possible of TEA guidelines and what we have in CDA, legal and local, but it's detailed by department and includes the segregation of duties and individuals involved and references to board policy.
So it is available. It certainly is something at a couple hundred pages that each individual board member may take some time to look through, and we certainly could bring it back for some kind of discussion. My question is, and I'll be brief because we don't want to spend a lot of time, my only question was about the internal controls. It's certainly an improvement that it's now in a complete and thorough form and they're accessible either in the notebook or online. My question is, who or what is the process to actually look at those controls? I'm not talking about the procedures so much as the controls of money to prevent fraud or even mistakes. Who looks at it or who has looked at it and said that these are very strong controls or very good controls?
Well, we do have included in the manual the checklist of what the auditors look for. It's at the very end. Oh, let me see. Well, we'd have to flip them, but this is the checklist of what the auditors look for. I know, I'm sorry. I didn't bring the other disc, but this is a checklist of what the auditors look for and identify whether the control that is in place, and they test that control, whether it is a reasonable control that is in place to prevent fraud.
Okay. So as far as effectiveness of the control, that's the test. The external auditors do that.
Yes, and we provided the checklist that they used last year. If they change it this year, we'll update it, but the checklist that they used last year is included in here.
Then I guess my other question is why don't they present it that way in the audit? Why do they write that they don't comment on the effectiveness of the controls?
I don't know, sir, but I could ask the auditors. They are here this week.
If you would, and then maybe we can follow up next month. I'd like that more than anything else clarified, because they go on record in all the audits that they, basically they testify that there are internal controls, but not on the effectiveness of those controls. So that's what I'd like to know, especially now that we're at the point to where there's these easily accessible and very well-prepared controls for anyone to look at. So if you could look into that and get back to me.
I will ask them tomorrow.
I'll do the board update once we get some answer, that way everybody can have it.
Anything else on that item? All right, agenda item, thank you, that's it. Agenda item 11A, consideration to approve the district and campus performance objectives according to policy BQ legal and BQ local. Dr. Rios?
Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, the district improvement plan process has different things that we have to include in it by statute. For example, the commissioner conducted a survey, and we got a direction that those should be included in the improvement plans. So we've taken steps to do that. the items that you've seen presented today from House Bill 5, that those should be included on there. We've taken steps to include those. The step that includes the board is the board approving our performance objectives. We presented them last year. Dr. Garza and De Garcia went back and readjusted them to reflect the next 5 years based on the results. And that's what we have today. Once you've approved them, we will go and formulate the actual improvement plans, put those improvement plans on a disc and share them with y'all. So tonight, you're only approving the district performance objectives. Dr. Garza has a presentation. If you'd like to see it, he can definitely go through it. Mr. Garbidi?
As it pleases the board, do you want to see his full presentation, or do you have questions? Oh. Yeah, maybe you can do an abbreviated presentation.
Yes, sir.
Just kind of get to the heart of the matter.
This was included in your packet, all the indexes, index 1 through 4. We have the district's information here. We've talked about it before, Mrs. Garcia brought it up, index 1 is the overall performance. What I did is make sure that we got the 2014 scores, extracted that from TEA accountability, and then our goal is to be at 90 in 2019, and it just gives you a 5-year scenario for each index. Every index is like that, including attendance for index 1. And then index 2 is the same thing. This is the growth measure. I will tell you at the high school, I don't know if you saw that at the high school and at the freshman campus, index 2 is not included because there is not a course that goes to English 1, for example, or Algebra 1. But every other campus has an index 2, and it measures the actual overall performance with the actual growth for reading and math. That's all that it's accounted for. And once again, it's the 5 years. And then index 3 is the achievement gap. This one selects economic disadvantage, and every other sub-pop is measured with economic disadvantage. But we put all of them to make sure that we would pay attention to all of them. Not all of them are accounted for in each campus, but as a district and as a campus, we want to make sure that the principals and the staff is paying attention to every sub-pop that's measured. And this one is for reading, math, writing, science, and social studies. And the last one is a little bit different from last year. Last year, the only one that was accounted for was the high school. This year, everyone's accounted for, and this is the post-secondary readiness, and it's measuring the level 3. Plus, at the high school, we still measure the graduation and the recommended and distinguished program. We're still measuring that for the next 3 years. The freshman campus is the one that's going to have the endorsements. At the high school, I'm not sure if it's in this file, but at the high school, they have 2 more boxes, and it's for graduation, which was at 95%, and then recommended, which was at 75%. That's the brief presentation.
So, I guess there's been a calibrating of the 2015 target?
Calibrating, sir, it's going to be phase 1 again.
Modifying?
Right. It's still going to be phase 1. It's not going to be phase 2. The commissioner decided, I believe in March, or I can't really remember the date last year, where he decided this summer that we were going to stay with phase 1.
Questions? One's going to ask questions. Okay, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
On Del Rio High School, I don't know what page it is. Campus Performance Objectives, Index 1, Student Achievement. They're not individually numbered. is it I'm talking about? Hill Country.
Del Rio High School, sir?
Yeah, Del Rio High School, Index 1, Student Achievement. See it? Okay. So the 2014 star on US history, we have 92%, correct?
All right. Yes, sir.
2015 star target is 91%.
Oh, I see why that is. It is a formula that's in there, sir, and you see the 90 at the end?
Right, that was
It's a
my...
formula that gives us that number, and that is incorrect. We would be at 95,
Okay.
for example, in 2019, and that is an error.
Okay.
So I will correct that. So we're above 90, that this should be a higher standard for them.
Glad to hear.
Yeah, that's, it just kind of jumped out, right?
I will correct that.
If we go to the very first page on the district, right, district performance objectives, 2014 to 2019, this, in the very first page. So it shows 2014 star district achievement percentages, right?
Yes, sir.
So the 2015 target is 73%
Right.
for reading.
Yes, sir.
And then the 2015 target for math is 74%. And so on, writing 70%, 74. So they've been adjusted down? Or am I reading it?
Not sure.
Just down from the previous year?
Yeah.
Yes, because the scores in some areas went down.
Right, so
So
we're,
you extend over 5 years, so it would be, yes.
that was probably confusing, Dr. Gard. That was my question about recalibrating.
Okay.
It looks like, okay, so it's been modified down.
Right, the scores.
Well, if you do a side-by-side, that's what I was getting at. That's what I wanted to be clear about. The other one was the high school history thing. That was just a grammar. But the other one, the one we just pointed out, that's something to be aware of. That, yeah, that's an adjustment based on this year's scores moving forward over the next 5 years. Right. Okay, other questions? Mr. Mesa?
I don't know how to ask it, but if you look at index 3, Fermin Calderon, closing performance gaps.
Can you repeat that? Index 3, you said?
Index 3.
Okay, I got it.
Index 3, sir?
Okay, look at math, Hispanic. Now, I can't see the rest, it's hard to, I don't know if it's level 2.
No, for index 2, sir, it exceeds expectations. I'm sorry, exceeds progress.
Index 3.
Oh, I'm sorry, index 3. It is, what they're using there is the score. Well, I'm not sure, can you ask me the question because I'm not sure if I'm going to answer, or do you want me to answer what I'm going to, you want me to say what I'm going to?
I'm not sure how to ask it, but I'm seeing Hispanic by itself, and then I'm seeing Hispanic 1, Hispanic 2.
Right.
It's the levels.
Right,
Dr.
it is the
Garza.
levels.
Let's just go with the 7%. The following year it jumps to 16%, so they closing the gap. But then it stays 16 for the following year, let's say 2016.
Right.
How is that closing the gap?
Well, sir, I'll answer that. The state is phasing in their standards. So in that year, the standards are going to increase. So to maintain a level, or to earn a level 2 or level 3, the student is actually going to have to score higher. That was supposed to happen this year, but the state said, and that was the answer that Dr. Garza provided to Mr. Garabini's question. The state didn't increase the standards. They said, well, you know, we have some problems, so we're going to leave the standards the same. Next year, the standards will go up, so the students will have to score higher just to maintain that level 2 performance or that level 3. That's why in that year, the standards stay the same. So if we were to have 7% or 16% of the student body score a level 3, to keep that same 16% scoring level 3 would still indicate a growth in itself because the standard is going to be higher. That's why they're that way.
And it's gonna go from 57 to 62 in fifth grade.
Well, this is what is hard for us to understand as board members, is you're trying to close the gaps between the different subgroups. And I still see, you know, at the end of 2019, I still see a 35%. The target is 35%.
But that's for scoring at a level 3, sir.
Right.
So, I'm not sure if I'm not sure your question, sir, but it is a totally different level, what they're measuring there for the actual level 3, totally different score in comparison to the regular score. And what they're trying to do is compare two groups, the economic disadvantage with any sub-pop that works, that qualifies for that campus. It is a little bit confusing, but our goal is to get our level 3s higher, closer to that economic disadvantaged group, or vice versa. They used to be the commended.
Other questions? If there's no questions, we're ready for the recommendation on this item? Okay.
Recommendation?
Please.
It is a recommendation of the administration that the board approve the district and campus performance objectives according to policy BQ legal and BQ local.
Further recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Dr. Keyes' motion, is there a second? Mr. Chavita, second. All in favor by a show of hands? It's unanimous, motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You know, this would, moving forward, I know there's a curriculum and instruction workshop scheduled for tomorrow. I think everyone will be available. There might be a board member or two who won't. And there's been talk about an ongoing curriculum and instruction workshop committee, so this would be an ideal item, not for tomorrow, of course, but for future. Yeah. I think, Mr. Mesa, I think several of us think it would be a good item to focus on in the foreseeable future. Okay, agenda item 11C, remember we dispensed with B. Consideration to approve the resolution regarding extracurricular status of 4-H organization. Dr. Garza?
We're here again this year. It's consideration to approve resolution regarding extracurricular activities for the 4-H organization. What this entails is they're asking us to approve 2 adjunct teachers so that when the students are out for the 4-H presentation, that they're not considered absent. That in a nutshell is what it's saying. And the teachers are Christina Nass, and Miles Gibbs.
Your memo's incorrect. The contract actually references the new county extension agent. So just for the board's reedification, Miles Gibbs is and county agent Houston Dobbins is. So I don't know what your recommendation's gonna be, but see, here's AgriLife Extensions. Christina Nass, yes. Houston Dobbins is the other county agent. Miles Gibbs is not county agent anymore. But on the administrative memo, it lists Miles Gibbs.
Okay, unless Dr. Garza has other information, we'll list both county agents that are listed in the contract.
In the AgriLife Extension
AgriLife
contract.
Extension.
Yeah.
And if we have to bring it back, then we will, but.
Well, do we know? I mean, because on their memo, right, which doesn't give a date, but it shows.
It's more recent than this one.
Yeah. See, Christina Nass and Houston Dobbins. So.
There might have been an error in typing this, because what happened was we got last year's memo, and we did not use the memo that we actually received this year.
We'll do it, it's okay, Mr. Garabedian. We'll read the names provided by the AgriLife Extension.
Yeah, see, because the recommendation is saying that it's a recommendation of the administration that the board recognize the above-listed county extension agents as adjunct staff members, but their memo is requesting Christina Nass and Houston Dobbins, so it's...
So we'll include Houston Dobbins, we'll make that correction for the record.
Everybody understand? Just so we don't approve the wrong person,
Absolutely.
because unless I'm mistaken, Miles Gibbs isn't county agent anymore. Houston Dobbins is. Okay, so, get a clear recommendation, I guess? You want to take a minute and figure out how to say it, so we...
Sure. Houston Dobbins?
Houston Dobbins is the one mentioned on their memo, Christina Nass and Houston Dobbins.
I'll read the recommendation.
Because that's all. I mean, if we're gonna act on it to get it correct.
No, Dr. Leo's gonna read it.
We'll recognize the county extension agents as listed on there. Dr. Keys has something?
Yes, can you define adjunct faculty for me?
Adjunct is someone that's working for the district but not really employed fully by the district.
Okay, say that again, please.
It's a staff member that's working with our students but not necessarily employed by the district.
Okay, so the 4-H people would be the adjuncts.
Right, they will actually be with the students as their teachers at that particular day.
Okay. Thank you.
We got it? Okay.
Read the recommendation.
Yes, sir, as long as it's accurate.
It is recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees recognize county extension agents Christina Nass and Houston Dobbins as adjunct staff members and to count students participating in 4-H extension educational activities in attendance for foundation school program purposes. It is also requested that Dr. Carlos Rios sign the resolution regarding the extracurricular status of 4-H organization as presented.
Okay, we've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motion. Mr. Mesa has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 11D, consideration of approved target improvement plans. Mrs. Garcia?
As presented in the public hearing, according to the 2014 Accountability Rating System, 4 of our schools have been identified as improvement required, which are Galadon Elementary, Lamar Elementary, North Heights Elementary, and San Felipe Memorial Middle School. When campuses are identified as improvement required, a target improvement plan must be developed by the campus intervention team and monitored by the professional service provider, which is Dr. Cantu, and the district coordinator of school improvements, which is myself. At this time, if there's any questions, just want to let you know that a summary of the target improvement plan is in your packet, and then also the entire target improvement plan is posted in the website of the campuses that are identified as improvement required.
Other questions on this item? If there's no questions, then the recommendation? Okay.
It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the targeted improvement plans for Dr. Fermin Elementary, Lamar Elementary, North Heights Elementary, and San Felipe Memorial Middle School.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motioned. Is there a second? Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 12, we have dispensed with A, so agenda item 12V, consideration to approve the first reading of revisions to FD local policy. Mr. Salinas isn't here, so questions should be directed to Dr. Rios. Dr. Rios, do you have anything to say?
Just a reminder that this policy and the changes to this policy came up not as a legislative update, but as in response to the issues that we face with the number of students enrolling that were not residing or in domicile in our school district. In consultation with our attorney, with your attorney, this policy was recommended. Today is the first reading, and we're going to recommend that you approve it.
Questions, and this is a first reading. I know it seems like a lot of the individual board members have discussed this with Dr. Rios. I know I have, I think probably everyone has, on an individual basis. So this is a first reading. If it pleases the board, we can ask for the recommendation. And yes, okay. Recommendation.
Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, it is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the first reading of revisions to FD local policy as presented.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Ms. Lozano has motioned. Is there a second? Dr. Keyes is second. All in favor by a show of hands. Unanimous, motion carries. Okay, agenda item 12C, consideration to approve the first reading of policy update 100 affecting local policies CKE, CPC, CRD, DCB, DCC, DCD, DCE, FDA, FL, GBAA, and GKB. This was in your packet, and it was that kind of thick binder. So everyone's had a chance to read through it. Do a first reading. Again, this is a first reading, so it would come back again for a second reading if for board input or clarification between now and probably the next regular, or maybe a little bit later down the road for a second reading.
We'll aim for the next regular.
Okay. Questions on this? First reading of these policy recommendation?
Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, it is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the first reading of update 100 and add, revise, or delete local policies CKE, CPC, CRD, DCB, DCC, DCD, DCE, FDA, FL, GBAA, and GKB as recommended by TASB Policy Service and according to the instruction sheet for TASB Localized Policy Manual Update 100 as presented.
Okay, we've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to accept? Mr. Overfelt has motion. Mr. Chavita is second. All in favor by a show of hands. Unanimous, motion carries.
That was alphabet soup.
Yeah. Agenda item 12D, update on district small construction projects. Mr. Salinas isn't here, so Dr. Rios is kind of a question and answer. Ms. Lozano had asked for an update of sorts or an opportunity for the entire board to ask or have questions. Dr. Rios.
Ms. Parker, Tony Parker, she has organized, and we don't have to go through them, it's the board's wishes, but we've organized two presentations, one that outlines the completed small projects and one that talks about the upcoming small projects that we'll be addressing or are currently addressing. So, Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, we can have Ms. Parker come up and do a question and answer, or she can take you through the presentation, either completed projects or the projects that are scheduled to be completed, whatever pleases the board.
A quick overview? I mean, is it lengthy?
Very brief.
Which one would you like?
Both.
Okay. Sounds like quick overview and chance for questions. Okay.
Yeah. You're in twos.
Thank you.
first PowerPoint slide we have, or show today we have is for the finished projects for the 2013-2014 school year. And they're very brief. Under the instructional facility allotment funds, we had the Buena Vista new gym. It was completed in August 2014. Under the annual facilities improvement funds, we had the Buena Vista Elementary Playground shade canopy and concrete footings, the band program tower relocation, the Buena Vista HVAC replacements, there were approximately 5, the Cardwell new restroom building, the Cardwell new sink installation and 2 classrooms, the Cardwell playground repaving, Del Rio High School cooling tower improvements, Del Rio High School HVAC replacements in the 1000 wing, and again, stop me whenever you have questions regarding any project. The Del Rio High School old gym painting and bleacher staining, the Del Rio High School PE boys and girls dressing room repainting, Del Rio High School student parking lot repaving and restriping, the high school weight room, glass and paint improvements, Fermin Calderon playground shade canopy and concrete footings, the Del Rio freshman landscaping and sprinkler system installation, Del Rio freshman student waiting area and concrete patio improvements, the Del Rio freshman B-wing CD classroom renovations, the Garfield Elementary playground shade and canopy, the North Heights Elementary playground shade canopy, the roofing repairs at Fermin Calderon, Lonnie Green, Ruben Chavira, and I'm sorry, I see there's some typos here on these first 2. And the following 2. San Felipe Memorial Middle School gym and dressing room HVAC replacements and additions. The San Felipe Memorial Middle School demolition of houses on Waters property. The San Felipe Memorial Middle School gym and dressing room re-roofing. San Felipe Memorial Middle School demolition, repeated. And the warehouse new freezer foundation and connecting ramp. These were all completed in last year by August 31st of 2014.
Questions? Did I miss it? The bathroom at Cardwell?
Yeah, that was the beginning.
Okay.
Do you want me to scroll back real quick?
Yeah, if you would.
It's that middle one right there with the doors open.
Is it working?
Is it working?
Oh, yes, yes it is. There was problems with the plumbing. There was 2 reasons. The pressure was not right in the plumbing lines.
Right.
And the children were throwing brown paper towels down the urinals.
But it is working. That was the main thing.
No more concerns then.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'd like to move on to the coming up year 2014, 2015.
Any questions before she goes on?
And that's not working right now.
And, with this list, Board, if you want to come back next month for something specific to see again or ask questions, we can easily do that, leave it as an item. Because I know it's a lot of points covered kind of fast. Mr. Chavita?
On the canopies, is there any way that we could maybe add some more canopies to the Cardwell? They don't have a gym, and they only rely on the canopies.
I think we have
And,
one more canopy scheduled for Cardwell.
Because I seen them. They're great anyway, but I thought maybe.
Okay, and this is what we have coming up. Oh, are we ready? I'm not sure.
That's fine.
Okay, this coming up school year. And let me explain a couple of the definitions. I have 6 definitions. Scope of work development, which you see up there, SOW development. That's where I'm still being briefed on the project scope and getting information together. I also have a definition of design where either myself or an architect is designing it. Estimating, this is where I am in the process of doing my estimate for what the project should cost. Doesn't mean that it's been out for bid. Then I have bidding, where it is advertised and is in the bidding process. Construction, it's under construction and completed. I'm gonna go back to the first slide. Under the instructional facility allotment bond, I have Buena Vista landscaping around the new gym and staff parking lot. That has been designed by myself. I'm just waiting for some change orders to be finished up. The Garfield single point of entry is being is under estimating. Lamar, single point of entry, is under estimating. Ruben Chavita, intercom system replacement, is under design. Ruben Chavita, single point of entry, is / design and estimating. The AP new power lines here at the Del Rio High School are under construction. They plan on transitioning their power during the week of Thanksgiving when the kids are off. Annex 1 renovations, scope of work development. Annex 3 security office renovations, scope of work development. Buena Vista HVAC replacement, scope of work development. The Buena Vista parking lot, scope of work development. Buena Vista playground shade and canopy, which would be an additional one, scope of work development. Cardwell fire line, it is under design, and we have bid out the gate products. Under Cardwell, we have the intercom system replacement. It's under a scope of work development. Cardwell playground shade canopy, Mr. Chavita's request, scope of work development. Del Rio High School boys and girls PE areas HVAC system, that is currently under construction. It has been awarded, materials have been ordered, and the contractor is set to start November 3rd. Del Rio High School old gym bleacher replacement is under estimating. High school HVAC replacement, scope of work development. High school intercom system replacement, scope of development. High school ROTC kitchen improvement, scope of work development. Del Rio High School improvements to unpaved area next to the student parking lot, those have been completed recently. Del Rio Middle School awning for the first floor secretarial area, it has been bid. We are in the process of drafting the PO for that. Del Rio Middle School concrete pad for athletic equipment, scope of work development. Fermin Calderon parking lot patch and seal coat, scope of work development. Freshman HVAC replacement, scope of work development. Freshman intercom system, scope of work development. Freshman retaining walls and sidewalk improvement, scope of work development. The freshman walkway canopy covers between educational facilities, scope of work development. Freshman wrought iron fencing for frontage area is in the process of being bidding. It's with Miss Johnson right now. Garfield playground shade canopy, scope of work development. Lonnie Green playground shade canopy, scope of work development. North Heights single point of entry, scope of work development. Ruben Chavita parking lot paving overlay, scope of work development. South Felipe Memorial Middle School gym bleacher replacement estimating. SGLC intercom under design. SGLC single point of entry, scope of work development. Transportation depot driveway concrete pavement improvement, scope of work development. The warehouse new freezer canopy cover is under construction. Under facility committee project funds, we have the Buena Vista single point of entry. It's under design and estimating. Cardwell single point of entry, design and estimating. CTE, it's under design development with our architects. Del Rio High School re-roofing, scope of work development. Del Rio High School single point, design development and estimating. Del Rio High School Walter Lieberman Rem Stadium is under bid, and y'all approved that tonight, so it should move on to construction. Del Rio Middle School single point of entry is under design and estimating. Dr. Fermin Calderon single point of entry, design and estimating. Freshman new restrooms, it's under bidding. It will open November 6th. Freshman single point of entry, design and estimating. Lonnie Green single point of entry, design and estimating. San Felipe Memorial Middle School re-roofing, scope of work. Almost done, guys. San Felipe Memorial Middle School design single point of entry is under design and estimating, and the Student Activity Center is under design development. Questions?
Questions? Mr. Overfeld?
On the security stuff, there, the single point of entry, I know at Chavita, when we redid that facility, the admin facility, we put in the door locks and all of that there. So it talks about the AI phone or Air phone or whatever that is.
The iPhone.
There, what's that going to be in relation to Chavita? The existing locker system that's already there. What's the Airphone, iPhone thing? What's it going to be? What's that?
It's called the iPhone, and at Ruben Chavita, We currently have keys that the teachers are using. The iPhone gives us the ability not only to use a camera to allow, with an electric the public in and out access, but they'd also provide a keyless card reader, so the teachers would not have to carry a key anymore. They'd be under a card, flash it, and they go straight through.
Okay, and then my second one there is November 6th, the bid opens on the tennis facility. There, I'll always call it the tennis facility. And then our next meeting should be on the 17th. They're correct, before Thanksgiving. So if we award it there, when are we thinking we're gonna break ground for that, and how long does it take?
Usually once we give the contractor the contract, he has 15 days to turn around and give us his bond information and all that stuff. And they'll start as soon as they can.
Maybe have it complete by the end of the school year? Because it's not that massive of a project.
What's the timeline that we're giving the contractor?
The contractor, we don't give them, we let them tell us what the days are, and I believe on this one, we have the same amount of days, such as the stadium, which is about 8 months. So you might have it by August.
Okay. We will have it by August. Just saying. Okay. I'm done.
Other questions? Mr. Mesa?
On the single point of entry, Calderon and Lonnie Green are very similar. They have the nurse's office right at the entrance. And my concern, and really to Dr. Rios, because I know the nurse at Lonnie Green has already been moved out of there, and there's no facilities in the room that she was moved, like the sink, and restrooms, and so my concern is the washing of the hands and body fluids and so forth, because what they're having to do now is they're having to take the students to one of the faculty restrooms, and as it is, most of the schools don't have enough faculty restrooms as it is. Calderon is fine right now, it's just Lonnie Green.
Dr. Rios?
Mr. President, that was mentioned to me today. I did ask Dr. McNamara to visit with him, but I'd like some time to follow up, and then I'll get back to you all on the board update.
The concern is...
Yes, sir.
Okay, great, thanks.
Other questions?
Yeah, in the same, as far as health is concerned, at the freshman, I don't know, maybe they've done something since I was there, which was a long time ago. There's a lot of flies. Do we have any kind of a system out there in the entrance to keep, like they do at other places? We need to look into it because, because of the proximity of the cafeteria. You know what I'm talking about? We need to do something about it because there's flies all over the place. And I'm sure that you can vouch for that, sir, right? You know what I'm talking about, that apparatus that throws a lot of air and whatnot?
Yes, sir.
We need to do something about it.
We have, the last improvement plan that we went through called for the installation of some of those air curtains, and we have some at the cafeteria. Now, we have to probably make an assessment of where else we would benefit from them, because the flies do get in there, and obviously we have trash. So there's a couple of things to consider. Make sure that the trash bins are far enough away from an entrance. As Del Rio Middle School, for example, there's a comfortable distance, and where there aren't, either consider moving the trash bins or consider installing the curtains. Do you remember the cost?
That's what they call
air curtains?
Air curtains.
That's right.
Anyway, I requested it while I was there, and I sure would like to see it because it's at
At the freshman campus, sir?
Yeah.
We've installed it,
huh?
They already have it.
They already have it?
It's not enough done yet.
in the cafeteria.
I'm talking about the cafeteria, yes.
But it was installed within the last couple months, sir.
Oh, is that right? Well, great.
I think Dr. Keys has a
Yeah,
question.
when I went to that cafeteria, we call them fly fans. They just keep the flies blown out. Fly fans.
Other questions on this item?
Mind look at it?
Yeah. It looks like we're good on this item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 13, Business and Finance. A, consideration to approve the appointment of the local school health advisory council members. Diane Hernandez. We had this last month. It was tabled because there was some questions about whether or not the composition of the committee was as per the guidelines, and my understanding is that it is.
Yeah, so we had not included that a couple of the members on there were actually parents, which did bring the number to the required amount. We made that correction. We're in compliance with the requirements. If there's no other questions, we can read the recommendation.
Any questions for Ms. Hernandez? I think this is pretty routine. Okay, the recommendation.
All right. It's the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Trustees approve the appointment of the local school health advisory council members, and their first meeting will be tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
Okay. Heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to accept? Mr. Mesa has motion. Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by a show of hands. Unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you. And now they can meet tomorrow.
Mr. Hernandez, where are they meeting tomorrow?
At the Annex 1 meeting room.
Okay, agenda item 14, Human Resources and Student Services. A, consideration to approve the conversion of excess budgeted positions for Dean of Instruction, Network Administrator, Network Specialist, Computer Technician. And consideration to approve conversion of vacancy position, Lead Mechanic. Dr. McNamara.
Good evening, Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. The administration respectively requests your approval this evening for the following positions that have been requested by either our campus leadership or our district level leadership, to include the following. Dr. Sally Zuniga-Barrera is recommending to reactivate the Dean of Instruction position at the Del Rio High School. This was a position that was activated last year. We did delete it during the summer, but under further consideration and review, she is making the recommendation for us to reactivate that position. Secondly, our Chief Technology Officer, Mr. Abe Casillas, is recommending the addition of 3 staff members to his department. The first one is a Network Administrator. This is an administrative pay grade 5 position. The Network Specialist, which is a paraprofessional pay grade 7 position, followed by an additional Computer Technology or Technician position, which is a paraprofessional pay grade 6. Additionally, Mr. Mike Salinas, our Chief Operations Officer, is requesting the conversion of a Lead Mechanic position that's a vacancy right now, or excuse me, a mechanic position that's a vacancy to a Lead Mechanic, which would go from pay grade 5 to a pay grade 7. And Dr. Rios, I believe you may want to add to that.
Well, I want to clarify a couple of things. For the Dean of Instruction position, I don't want to mislead anyone. Dr. Barrera did not intend to do away with that position. As we were working through the budget and considering the people that were promoted in the vacancies, we set that to the side, but we didn't include it in the budget. So now we have to bring it back and make sure that the board knows that we intend to hire somebody. We'll be cautious in hiring just because we want to control our vacancies, but it was never the intention of the high school administration to close that position. And for the next 3 positions, the Network Administrator, Network Specialist, and Computer Technician, we're at a place of transition and transformation in how we're doing business in the school district. There's a whole lot more computers out there, whether it be individual student computers. The network is bigger. As we mentioned, we've informed the board that Mr. Casillas will be retiring, and we're also going to be switching from a Chief Technology Officer to a Director of Technology. So we see the need right now to just have more people with the technical skills to manage the systems. It was the technology department that made the recommendation for the network administrator and the network specialist, and then it was a cabinet's recommendation that we add at least one more technician, which we would add to Del Rio Middle School, because Del Rio Middle School also has a one-to-one initiative, and they're also servicing Calderon, and we just need a little bit maybe quicker turnaround. So those are our recommendations. They're all within budget now that we've gone back and looked at positions that we haven't filled in the past, but they were still in the books, and we've closed some of those positions. We feel very confident that we have enough budget, more than enough budget to cover these positions, and I think that they will definitely benefit our teachers, particularly as they're waiting for a lot of their, they get frustrated when the system goes down, and they get frustrated when their work orders aren't resolved immediately. We think this will go a long ways, and again, we're within budget.
I think we have a question. Ms. Lozano has a question.
Obviously, it makes sense. You've expanded the network. The one-on-one initiatives, obviously, students require more support perhaps. But what kind of tracking do you have in the way of help desk orders? That's what I know them as. When someone calls and says, help me, blah, blah, blah. How are you tracking that? What is the turnaround time for resolution for those?
I'll ask Mr. Casillas to answer that. He'll have more.
We take good notes. No.
Well, I hope you have a system.
Yes, ma'am. No, we have a work order tracking system. And when the district personnel call in to the help desk, then the help desk technician either resolves it immediately over the phone by remote or just through troubleshooting, or then immediately writes a ticket and it's assigned to the technician that's assigned to those areas. And we have some assigned to the virtual side, some assigned to the secondary, some assigned to the elementary.
Do you have a turnaround time, an average of how long it takes for, I don't know, my printer's not working?
Well,
my
the expectation
computer's
is to do it within, I would say, within 2 or 3 days. We haven't been able to meet that goal. The one-to-one initiatives at the high school, the distribution of the devices, the setting up of the wireless, and setting up of 5 labs at freshmen really slowed us down in what we wanted to do. And so after evaluating the increase of 5,000 new devices to our network, we kind of figured it was time to add some personnel to support all of the devices and what we currently have. So that's quite a bit.
You think the ramp up of adding those 5,000?
Those were new that we didn't have before.
Right. But do you think the ramp up, I mean, it's gonna slow down now? I mean, obviously, the ongoing need, I mean, you'll have needs. Things break, things
Yes,
don't work, things don't work the way they're supposed to or whatever. But just setting people up on those 5,000 devices, do you still think you would need all of those 3 positions?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And you
We
said
have
you're-
many other needs besides just the wireless devices. Those are 5,000 wireless devices,
Okay.
not counting the 5,000 wired devices that we have in the administrative offices, in the counselor's offices, secretaries.
Those aren't new.
No, those are continuing, and those are growing old as we speak. So, part of the 5-year plan that I presented in April, I believe, I had some ideas on how to upgrade the technology and phase it in over the years. And so we're fixing to move into the next phase, which would bring us to the elementary classrooms for the teachers. And then the next phase would be the San Felipe Memorial School. And then the next phase is the instructional, the computers inside the classrooms. And then we start the cycle again.
Right. My only concern would be, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Casillas, you're planning on leaving us soon. So would the new leader have a different
Agree
vision
to the position.
of what is needed?
I think, let me,
I mean, I know we're not gonna have a new chief per se, but
I think that we perceive that there's definitely a need, but
not
my
my
goal
vision.
is to bring a recommendation. My goal is to bring a recommendation for the new director of technology in the month of November. So I would venture to say that it would be the new director of technology that would fill these positions. With the exception of, I'm interested in moving in the computer technician because there's just work order backed up. But it would probably be the new director that would be hiring these new positions. And at that point, it's our assessment that we need them. If he or she feels differently, they'll have a chance to weigh in on it. We could easily wait to fill these positions, but I'd like to move on that technician.
Thank you.
I've tried to be as frugal as possible, Mrs. Lozano, with personnel, with resources, and the one-to-one initiatives have really exposed the need for personnel, and our network is growing. We have a system that is second to none in the state. We own our own fiber throughout the city, our own network. We have our operations center. We've got an awesome design. And it's not my vision, it's the vision of the district, which I've shared with Dr. Rios and the cabinet. And so when I leave, I just hope that the visionary continues, because you can't slow down. And if you start playing catch up, you never will. You just fall behind, and technology will leave you behind, and kids will leave you behind, and teachers. We've got teachers working on their own websites, and so, there's a lot of things that are part of the vision, and I think that we've thoroughly discussed this in cabinet, and I feel very comfortable with the direction that it's taking.
Mr. Mesa has a question.
Yes, sir.
The computer technician, I have no problem with. I know that, we added a lot more devices. The only thing that I'm concerned with is we get dinged with the FAST report, the Financial Accountability System of Texas, that we have too many non-teaching positions in our district, and so we get a rating that is super low compared to everybody else. And that's my only concern, that, we need to kind of pay attention to that report. Again, it's put up for a reason, and it comes from a state controller's office. And I'm not in favor of adding other positions that will ding us again for the following year, and that's my discussion on that.
I think it's a good point, Mr. Mesa. I would just remind the board that in creating these positions, we're not bringing additional positions, but we have eliminated some positions that we just aren't going to hire, and I kind of wish we had the list so we could show the board that if you go on a one-to-one comparison, we're not adding, we're just saying we're not filling these, and converting is a better word. I'll also mention that over the summer, we reduced some administrative positions. For example, at Del Rio Middle School, it had only one assistant from the beginning. Yet at some point they added 4. We went back down to 3 at the freshman campus. They had 2, a principal and 2 assistants. This summer we went back and we decreased it. So we're also trying to be as frugal as we can with positions. These we're not adding, we're converting, and we do have a much bigger network that we've had. For example, today we saw the growth of our, the web had been down for a couple of hours because we added, provide the technical terms, Mr. Casillas?
Well, we've added a lot of resources. People are using the web for, the superintendent is using the web for his blog and pictures, and the campuses.
That's why.
And all the pictures you put on there.
The campuses are using their web pages. They're starting to create their own links. They're going to SharePoint, and so it's never ending. It's just growing and growing even more so.
But I share your concerns, Mr. Mesa, and we're not adding, we're converting, and we've already cut some over the summer.
Mr. Chavita?
And I think that if we're going to cut, let's cut somewhere else, because as far as technology is concerned, there's a lot of need for it. We just can't wait. We continue to add new technology devices to our system, and it's going to require more people to take care of it. And I guarantee you that as the teachers and the students get a hold of more information and utilize the technology a lot more than what they're using right now, it's going to create. I guarantee you, in another year or so, we're going to be hiring more people, because it's going to take a lot of technicians to be able to man what we got right now.
Are there questions from that side of the table? Does anyone want?
Just
Mr. Overfield?
not trying to drag it out, but the Dean of Instruction one, we did budget or we didn't budget for this year?
No, we did not budget.
We did not budget.
We did not budget. We did include it in the budget. Now, having gone back and looked at the positions that we're not gonna fill, and they haven't been filled, we're converting to re-budget for it. So we're not adding dollars, we're converting.
We're not gonna have to come back and amend the budget for this position?
No, because there's money there.
There's money from different things that we're converting.
Yes, sir.
And the Dean of Instruction is gonna handle what again? Just to remind me.
The Dean of Instruction is a teaching position, with extra days, am I correct? With extra days, and they help with the overall instruction at the high school. Last year, Ms. Libby Millender had that position. She got hired as an assistant principal, and we didn't fill that position. But they assist in all aspects of instruction. They will help coordinate the instructional coaches at the secondary level, just all aspects of instruction.
How does that position, the Dean of Instruction, differ from
Instructional coach.
the instructional coaches? And how many instructional coaches do we have at the high school? You have 4.
One per content area, but they also help out at the freshman campus.
Okay. So now we need an additional person in this role.
Well, that person's been there historically, the Dean of Instruction. We had a
But
Dean of
we knew
Instruction
coming
last year.
into this year that we weren't gonna have this position.
Well-
That's why we're asking for it now,
Right.
right?
I thought we weren't gonna have it because we were cutting back. And we were doing everything we could to come up with the means of providing the increase for the teachers. So we just wanted to come within budget and cut where we could, even if it meant pausing. But as we've re-examined the budget since, the high school still perceives it as a need. And we want to move forward with posting, and I don't know that we're gonna fill it. But the instructional programs at the high school are just so much broader than everywhere else, just because of the multitude of courses. So the instructional coach, for example, in English would be working on 3 different subject areas with the teachers. In social studies, that many, and so on. The Dean of Instruction, even though it's the same teaching position, it does assist the principal, and I would even venture to say in more of a supervisory role. They're not administration, but definitely considered part of it, and they just have, it's a different leadership position. I can ask Sally to give us specific examples of what they use the versus the coaching position.
I think Dr. Garza's going to interject. The other question I have
It's not
before
Dr. Sally.
we go on is, if these weren't approved tonight, there's that demographic workshop in what, 3 weeks? 2 weeks? November 4th? And if the board wants more time to look at these positions and talk about them, I mean, is that?
Can we do the computer technician?
I was gonna say, with the exception of the computer technician, because with Mr. Casillas saying then the average is 2 or 3 days, well, how can a teacher work 2 or 3 days without the computer? That's kind of impossible.
What I'm hearing is it sounds like, at the very least, everybody would want more information and clarification, save and except the computer technician, right? So we could ask for a recommendation
For that one.
for that one, striking or tabling the others till November the 4th, right? That'd give 2 or 3 weeks individually to ask these questions.
Sure, absolutely. And we'll make time at tomorrow's curriculum workshop to talk a little bit about the Dean of Instruction if we can, so that we can take care of that. And then, I'll just.
Okay, so we'll ask for the recommendation, striking everything except the computer technician. Well, I think that.
What about the lead mechanic?
And the lead.
Are we striking that?
The lead mechanic needs to go on. The lead mechanic needs to go on.
Are we gonna move a person that's currently in the mechanic position to that role?
It's a vacancy currently. So we'll advertise. Yes, ma'am.
So,
I don't agree with it, but I'll go along with it because we have increased our technology department tenfold. And here we are, we're gonna slow it down. And it's going to, it requires a lot of people.
I'll give you all one more example. This week, I'm sorry, at the end of last week, we got the NOGA approving the expenses under the technology lending grant, competitive grant that we won. So we're adding 100 more devices. I say 100, but correct me, it's a little bit more than 100. 100 plus devices to Calderon Elementary. And even though those are brand new devices that may not require a technician to be fixing them, it's the network at Calderon that would need additional attention. And that's where we look at the network administrator and the network specialist. But we can talk about it some more so that you all feel comfortable with it. But whether it's this month or whether it's next month, we do have to address it.
Dr. Riz, I would like to just address one item and for consideration. The network specialist position is a position that the technology department lost. When we hired, we had the webmaster network specialist because we weren't sure how we were going to go with the webmaster. So now that we realized that we need a webmaster full-time, that's a position that was just completely changed. We lost in the technology department. So I lost that position and I hadn't realized in the transition. And so I told Dr. Rios, we really did lose a specialist in that field. So I was trying to recoup that. And then now with additional technician for the one-to-one at Darrow Middle School. So that part of it is something that we were just trying to recover. We had that position in the department, we just lost it in the transition to webmaster.
Young Black, what do you want? The full recommendation?
I want the recommendation reread as it is because, like I said, and I'll repeat myself, that we need it. Either we grow and continue the help that is needed, or we're going to be a standstill. We just can't move one way, and because I think that it's going to delay it in some way or another.
Can I make a suggestion? I'm very interested in the motion passing because of the needs that we have. So I want to make sure that we've discussed it enough. I'm sorry, Dr. Barrera, I'm okay leaving the dean of instruction out, and we'll discuss that tomorrow, because I really don't think I'm going to get that position filled between now and November anyway. But if y'all desire to move everything forward, to make sure that we can have some positive action on this motion, we can leave the dean of instruction for next month. I just want to be comfortable knowing that we're going to be able to hire some of these positions.
I think my main hang-up is the DM instruction one. I'm fine with the other stuff. I'd be fine with that. It's just the DM instruction I want more info on. That's me.
I'm okay with the dean of instruction, but I'm not okay with the
Okay, then we'll do computer technician.
And the mechanic. Don't give up on the mechanic.
And the mechanic.
Okay, so you're gonna give us a recommendation striking all except computer technician and lead mechanic, is that correct? Or,
Read the recommendation
you can read the
and let it
you can
go.
read the recommendation.
Can I come back and read a different recommendation if it doesn't pass?
Yes, he can.
Okay, because I don't want to walk out of here empty-handed.
That can be a different recommendation.
Well, then at the second recommendation, I'll just include the technician.
That's
recommendation? Okay, all right. It's the administration's prerogative to read the recommendation.
Absolutely.
So, everybody understands that, right? Okay. All right.
Okay. It's the recommendation of the administration for the Board of Trustees to approve the conversion of positions and revisions of professional job classifications.
Further recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Dr. Keyes has motioned, is there a second?
What was that again? That you, I'm sorry, I was thinking something else.
Okay.
Do you mind reading it again?
Yes, sir, I'm reading the recommendation from the administration as it was presented. Do I do it again, sir?
Go ahead and do it again, and it's on record, Dr. Keyes has motioned, but I'll ask for it again. Go ahead and read it again. He's reading the full recommendation.
For all positions. It is a recommendation of the administration for the Board of Trustees to approve the conversion of positions and the revisions of the professional job classifications.
Okay, we've heard the recommendation. Dr. Keyes does motion to accept. Mr. Chavita has second. All in favor by a show of hands? 1, 2 in favor. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. Motion dies.
We'll bring it back next month.
Bring it back. The other possibility is to bring it back, not at the regular, but in approximately, I'm sorry, there were, Ms. Haynes was opposed, Mr. Overfelt was opposed, myself. Okay, that's 5 opposed. Did I say 4?
Yes, sir.
5 opposed, motion dies. So, I think what the follow-up is at the November 4th workshop, it can be brought back. That gives approximately 14 days for the one-on-one discussion. What I'm hearing is too many people had too many questions.
Absolutely, we're good.
All right.
No, we're good.
Okay. Agenda item 15, technology services. There's nothing on that. That brings us to agenda item 16, closed session. Okay. It is now 10:10 p.m., October the 20th, 2014, and the Board of Trustees will recess this open session and convene a closed meeting in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D and E. We're able to do that under 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, 551.084. Specifically, tonight, pursuant to 551.074, discussion of personnel, or hear complaints against personnel. First item being discussion of personnel report to include the following: new hires, district vacancies, retirements, resignations, reassignments. 2, discussion of salary adjustments to include, but not limited to, the following justifications: matrix salary adjustment, service credit, and master's degree. All final votes, actions, or decisions will be taken in open session. We're now in closed session. Okay, it's 11:05 p.m., October the 20th, 2014. The Board of Trustees will now reconvene in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D and E. No action was taken in closed session. Now that we are reconvened into open session, that brings us to agenda item 17. A, consideration to approve the personnel report to include the following: new hires, vacancies, retirements, resignations. Dr. Patty?
Yes, sir. Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, and members of the board. The administration respectfully requests approval for the following personnel recommendations this evening. Lauren Nixon Gower, second grade teacher at Dr. Fedmin Calderon Elementary. Ms. Frances Castillo, first grade teacher at Dr. Lonnie Green Elementary. Ms. Sarah Venegas, fourth grade bilingual teacher at Buena Vista Elementary. Ms. Erica Hernandez, art teacher, split between Buena Vista and Garfield Elementary Schools, as well as Mr. Robert Norton, English teacher at Del Rio Middle School. Additionally, we have a recommendation from Ms. Eliza Dizas at Garfield for Mr. Adiel Ortiz, assistant principal for Garfield Elementary.
For the recommendation, is there a motion to accept? Mr. Chavita has motion, Ms. Lozano has second. All in favor by a show of hands? 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
That brings us to agenda item 17B, consideration to approve salary adjustments to include the following: justifications, matrix salary adjustment, service credit, master's degree. We have one of those, correct?
Yes, sir, we do. Mr. Garabedian, Dr. Rios, members of the board, it's recommendation of administration that the salary adjustment for Ms. Rynette Hensley for a service credit award be approved as presented in closed executive session.
Okay, we've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to accept? Dr. Keyes' motion, Mr. Chivita's second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 18 is just very quickly, FYI, superintendent's report, a couple of upcoming workshops, and just for the record, we don't have a superintendent's evaluation instrument workshop because we took care of that tonight, so just want to remind us.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Garabedian, members of the board, tomorrow we will have our curriculum workshop here at 6 in the evening. We will primarily review our curriculum documents and our curriculum portal. And then we will come back on November 4th for the demographic study. I visited with everyone and we changed some things around, but I believe November 4th will work for everyone. Tomorrow's workshop is going to be exciting, but I really want to encourage everyone to be here on November 4th because we're having the demographer that's going to come in and he will be able to use his software and review all kinds of scenarios for you. We've asked him to study 4 options, and anything you suggest, his program is dynamic. It's incredible. He will be able to provide you answers immediately. So anyway, we look forward to that. That's my report, Judge.
So those are the dates, especially the 4th, like Dr. Rios said, it was really imperative that everybody could be here for that one. The curriculum instruction, I'm sure that'll be the first of several moving forward. So the 4th fit everybody's schedule, so we should be good. And that's it. If there's no further business, is there a motion to adjourn? Agenda item 19? Ms. Haynes has motion. Is there a second? Mr. Chivita has second. All in favor by a show of hands? Unanimous. Motion carries. We are adjourned. Thank you.